said she, fall ill, if they like. My child, says she, must enter the gymnasium. If he hasn't got in this time, in a year, please God, he will. If he hasn't got in, says she, here, he will get in another town, he must get in. Otherwise, says she, I shall shut an eye, and the earth shall cover me. You hear what she said? And who, do you suppose, had his way, she or I? When she sets her heart on a thing, can there be any question? Well, I won't make a long story of it. I hunted up and down with him, we went to the ends of the world, wherever there was a town and a gymnasium, thither went we. We went up for examination, and were examined, and we passed and passed high, and did not get in, and why? All because of the percentage. You may believe, I looked upon my own self as crazy those days. Wretch! What is this? What is this flying that you fly from one town to another? What good is to come of it? And suppose he does get in, what then? No, say what you will, ambition is a great thing. In the end it took hold of me, too, and the Almighty had compassion, and sent me a gymnasium in Poland, a commercial one, where they took in 1 Jew to every Christian. It came to 50%. But what then? Any Jew who wished his son to enter must bring his Christian with him, and if he passes, that is, the Christian, and one pays his entrance fee, then there is hope. Instead of 1 bundle, one has 2 on one's shoulders, you understand? Besides being worn with anxiety about my own, I had to tremble for the other, because if Esau, which heaven forbid, failed to pass, it's all over with Jacob. But what I went through before I got that Christian, a shoemaker's son, Hieger his name was, is not to be described. And the best of all was this, would you believe that my shoemaker, planted in the earth firmly as Kura, insisted on Bible teaching? There was nothing for it but my son had to sit down beside his, and repeat the Old Testament. How came a son of mine to the Old Testament? I don't ask. He can do everything and understands everything. With God's help the happy day arrived, and they both passed. Is my story finished? Not quite. When it came to their being entered in the books, to writing out a check, my Christian was not to be found. What has happened? He, the Gentile, doesn't care for his son to be among so many Jews, he won't hear of it. Why should he, seeing that all doors are open to him anyhow, and he can get in where he pleases? Tell him it isn't fair? Much good that would be. Look here, say I, how much do you want, Pani Hieger? Says he, nothing. To cut the tale short, up and down, this way and that way, and friends and people interfering, we hit him off to a refreshment place, and ordered a glass, and 2, and 3, before it all came right. Once he was really in, I cried my eyes out, and thanks be to him whose name is blessed, and who has delivered me out of all my troubles. When I got home, a fresh worry. What now? My wife has been reflecting and thinking it over. After all, her only son, the apple of her eye, he would be there and we here. And if so, what, says she, would life be to her? Well, say I, what do you propose doing? What I propose doing, says she. Can't you guess? I propose, says she, to be with him. You do? Say I. And the house? What about the house? The house, says she, is a house. Anything to object to in that? So she was off to him, and I was left alone at home. And what a home! I leave you to imagine. May such a year be to my enemies. My comfort was gone, the business went to the bad. Everything went to the bad, and we were continually writing letters. I wrote to her, she wrote to me, letters went and letters came. Peace to my beloved wife. Peace to my beloved husband. For heaven's sake, I write, what is to be the end of it? After all, I'm no more than a man. A man without a house or mistress. It was as much use as last year's snow. It was she who had her way, she, and not I, as usual. To make an end of my story, I worked and worried myself to pieces, made a mull of the whole business, sold out, became a poor man, and carried my bundle over to them. Once there, I took a look round to see where I was in the world, nibbled here and there, just managed to make my way a bit, and entered into a partnership with a trader, quite a respectable man, yes. A well-to-do householder, holding office in the shul, but at bottom a deceiver, a swindler, a pickpocket, who was nearly the ruin of me. You can imagine what a cheerful state of things it was. Meanwhile I come home one evening, and see my boy come to meet me, looking strangely red in the face, and without a badge on his cap. Say I to him, "Look here, Mushel, where's your badge?" Says he to me, "Whatever badge?" Say I, "The button." Says he, "Whatever button?" Say I, "The button off your cap." It was a new cap with a new badge, only just bought for the festival. He grows redder than before, and says, "Taken off." Say I, "What do you mean by taken off?" Says he, "I am free." Say I, "What do you mean by you are free?" Says he, "We are all free." Say I, "What do you mean by we are all free?" Says he, "We are not going back anymore." Say I, "What do you mean by we are not going back?" Says he, "We have united in the resolve to stay away." Say I, "What do you mean by you have united in a resolve? Who are you? What is all this?" "Bless your grandmother," say I, "do you suppose I have been through all this for you to unite in a resolve? Alas and alack," say I, "for you and me and all of us. May it please God not to let this be visited on Jewish heads, because always and everywhere, say I, Jews are the scapegoats." I speak thus to him and grow angry and reprove him as a father usually does reprove a child. But I have a wife, long life to her, and she comes running, and washes my head for me, tells me I don't know what is going on in the world, that the world is quite another world to what it used to be, an intelligent world, an open world, a free world, a world, says she, in which all are equal, in which there are no rich and no poor, no masters and no servants, no sheep and no shears, no cats, rats, no piggy-wiggy. Say I, "Where have you learned such fine language? A new speech," say I, "with new words. Why not open a hen house, and let out the hens? Chuck, 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 hurrah for freedom." Upon which she blazes up as if I had poured 10 pails of hot water over her. And now for it. As only they can. Well, one must sit it out and listen to the end. The worst of it is, there is no end. "Look here," say I, "hush." Say I, "and now let be." Say I, and beat upon my breast. "I have sinned." Say I have transgressed, and now stop. Say I, "If you would only be quiet." But she won't hear, and she won't see. No, she says, she will know why and wherefore and for goodness sake and exactly, and just how it was, and what it means, and how it happened, and once more and a second time, and all over again from the beginning. I beg of you, who set the whole thing going? A woman. Elsa David Rosenthal. Born, 1861, in Schoten, Bessarabia, went to Breslau, Germany, in 1880, and pursued studies at the university, returned to Bessarabia in 1882, co-editor of the Bibliothek dos Leben, published at Odessa, 1904, and Kishinth, 1905, writer of stories. Sabbath. Friday evening. The room has been tidied, the table laid. 2 Sabbath loaves have been placed upon it, and covered with a red napkin. At the 2 ends are 2 metal candlesticks, and between them 2 more of earthenware, with candles in them ready to be lighted. On the small sofa that stands by the stove lies a sick man covered up with a red quilt. From under the quilt appears a pale, emaciated face, with red patches on the dried-up cheeks and a black beard. The sufferer wears a nightcap, which shows part of his black hair and his black earlocks. There is no sign of life in his face, and only a faint one in his great, black eyes. On a chair by the couch sits a 9-year-old girl with damp locks, which have just been combed out in honor of Sabbath. She is barefoot, dressed only in a shirt and a frock. The child sits swinging her feet, absorbed in what she is doing, but all her movements are gentle and noiseless. The invalid coughed. Came from the sofa. "What is it, 8?" asked the little girl, swinging her feet. The invalid made no reply. He slowly raised his head with both hands, pulled down the nightcap, and coughed and coughed and coughed, hoarsely at first, then louder, the cough tearing at his sick chest and dinning in the ears. Then he sat up, and went on coughing and clearing his throat, till he had brought up the phlegm. The little girl continued to be absorbed in her work and to swing her feet, taking very little notice of her sick father. The invalid smoothed the creases in the cushion, laid his head down again, and closed his eyes. He lay thus for a few minutes, then he said quite quietly, "Leah." "What is it, 8?" inquired the child again, still swinging her feet. "Tell, mother. It is time to bless the candles." The little girl never moved from her seat, but shouted through the open door into the shop, "Mother, shut up shop. Father says it's time for candle blessing." I'm coming," answered her mother from the shop. She quickly disposed of a few women customers, sold 1 kopek's worth of tea, the other 2 kopek's worth of sugar, the third 2 tallow candles. Then she closed the shutters and the street door, and came into the room. "You've drunk the glass of milk?" she inquired of the sick man. "Yes, I have drunk it," he replied. "And you, Lichniu, daughter," and she turned to the child, "may the evil spirit take you. Couldn't you put on your shoes without my telling you? Don't you know it's Sabbath?" The little girl hung her head, and made no other answer. Her mother went to the table, lighted the candles, covered her face with her hands, and blessed them. After that she sat down on the seat by the window to take a rest. It was only on Sabbath that she could rest from her hard work, toiling and worrying as she was the whole week long with all her strength and all her mind. She sat lost in thought. She was remembering past happy days. She also had known what it is to enjoy life, when her husband was in health, and they had a few hundred rubles. They finished boarding with her parents, they set up a shop, and though he had always been a close frequenter of the house of study, a bench slaver, he soon learned the Torah of commerce. She helped him, and they made a livelihood, and ate their bread in honor. But in course of time some quite new shops were started in the little town. There was great competition, the trade was small, and the gains were smaller. It became necessary to borrow money on interest, on weekly payment, and to pay for goods at once. The interest gradually ate up the capital with the gains. The creditors took what they could lay hands on, and still her husband remained in their debt. He could not get over this, and fell ill. The whole bundle of trouble fell upon her, the burden of a livelihood, the children, the sick man, everything, on her. But she did not lose heart. God will help, he will soon get well, and will surely find some work. God will not desert us, so she reflected, and meantime she was not sitting idle. The very difficulty of her position roused her courage, and gave her strength. She sold her small store of jewelry, and set up a little shop. 3 years have passed since then. However it may be, God has not abandoned her, and however bitter and sour the struggle for Parnassah may have been, she had her bit of bread. Only his health did not return, he grew daily weaker and worse. She glanced at her sick husband, at his pale, emaciated face, and tears fell from her eyes. During the week she has no time to think how unhappy she is. Parnassah, housework, attendance on the children and the sick man, these things take up all her time and thought. She is glad when it comes to bedtime, and she can fall, dead tired, onto her bed. But on Sabbath, the day of rest, she has time to think over her hard lot and all her misery and to cry herself out. When will there be an end of my troubles and suffering? She asked herself, and could give no answer whatsoever to the question beyond despairing tears. She saw no ray of hope lighting her future, only a great, wide, shoreless sea of trouble. It flashed across her. When he dies, things will be easier. But the thought of his death only increased her apprehension. It brought with it before her eyes the dreadful words, widow, orphans, poor little fatherless children. These alarmed her more than her present distress. How can children grow up without a father? Now, even though he's ill, he keeps an eye on them, tells them to say their prayers and to study. Who is to watch over them if he dies? Don't punish me, Lord of the world, for my bad thought, she begged with her whole heart. I will take it upon myself to suffer and trouble for all, only don't let him die, don't let me be called by the bitter name of widow, don't let my children be called orphans. He sits upon his couch, his head a little thrown back and leaning against the wall. In one hand he holds a prayer book. He is receiving the Sabbath into his house. His pale lips scarcely move as he whispers the words before him, and his thoughts are far from the prayer. He knows that he is dangerously ill. He knows what his wife has to suffer and bear, and not only is he powerless to help her, but his illness is her heaviest burden, what with the extra expense incurred on his account and the trouble of looking after him. Besides which, his weakness makes him irritable, and his anger has more than once caused her unmerited pain. He sees and knows it all, and his heart is torn with grief. Only death can help us, he murmurs, and while his lips repeat the words of the prayer book, his heart makes one request to God and only one, that God should send kind death to deliver him from his trouble and misery. Suddenly the door opened and a 10-year-old boy came into the room, in a long Sabbath cloak, with 2 long earlocks, and a prayer book under his arm. A good Sabbath, said the little boy, with a loud, ringing voice. It seemed as if he and the Holy Sabbath had come into the room together. In one moment the little boy had driven trouble and sadness out of sight, and shed light and consolation round him. His good Sabbath reached his parents' hearts, awoke the new life and new hopes. A good Sabbath, answered the mother. Her eyes rested on the child's bright face, and her thoughts were no longer melancholy as before, for she saw in his eyes a whole future of happy possibilities. A good Sabbath, echoed the lips of the sick man, and he took a deeper, easier breath. No, he will not die altogether, he will live again after death in the child. He can die in peace, he leaves a Kaddish behind him. Yom Kippur. Eref Yom Kippur, Mincha time. The eve of the Day of Atonement, at afternoon prayer time. A solemn and sacred hour for every Jew. Everyone feels as though he were born again. All the weekday worries, the 2-penny halfpenny interests, seem far, far away, or else they have hidden themselves in some corner. Every Jew feels a noble pride, an inward peace mingled with fear and awe. He knows that the yearly judgment day is approaching, when God Almighty will hold the scales in his hand and weigh every man's merits against his transgressions. The sentence given on that day is one of life or death. No trifle. But the Jew is not so terrified as you might think. He has broad shoulders. Besides, he has a certain footing behind the upper windows. He has good advocates and plenty of them. He has the binding of Isaac and a long chain of ancestors and ancestresses, who were put to death for the sanctification of the holy name, who allowed themselves to be burnt and roasted for the sake of God's Torah. Nishkash. Things are not so bad. The Lord of all may just remember that, and look aside a little. Is he not the compassionate, the merciful? The shadows lengthen and lengthen. Jews are everywhere in commotion. Some hurry home straight from the bath, drops of bath water dripping from beard and earlocks. They have not even dried their hair properly in their haste. It is time to prepare for the davening. Some are already on their way to shul, robed in white. Nearly every Jew carries in one hand a large, well-packed tallis bag, which today, besides the prayer scarf, holds the whole Jewish outfit, a bulky prayer book, a book of psalms, a likut Zevin, and so on. and in the other hand, 2 wax candles, one a large one, that is the light of life, and the other a small one, a shrunken-looking thing, which is the soul light. The Tamskevate house of study presents at this moment the following picture. The floor is covered with fresh hay, and the dust and the smell of the hay fill the whole building. Some of the men are standing at their prayers, beating their breasts in all seriousness. We have trespassed, we have been faithless, we have robbed, with an occasional sob of contrition. Others are very busy setting up their wax lights in boxes filled with sand. One of them, a young man who cannot live without it, betakes himself to the platform and repeats a "Bless ye the Lord." Meantime another comes slyly, and takes out 2 of the candles standing before the platform, planting his own in their place. Not far from the ark stands the beadle with a strap in his hand, and all the foremost householders go up to him, lay themselves down with their faces to the ground, and the beadle deals them out 39 blows apiece, and not one of them bears him any grudge. Even Reb Groinem, from whom the beadle never hears anything from one Yom Kippur to another but may you be. And rascal, impudence, brazen face, spendthrift, carrion, dog of all dogs, and not infrequently Reb Groinem allows himself to apply his right hand to the beadle's cheek, and the latter has to take it all in a spirit of love. This same Reb Groinem now humbly approaches the same poor beadle, lies quietly down with his face to the ground, stretches himself out, and the beadle deliberately counts the strokes up to 39 morgs. Covered with hay, Reb Groinem rises slowly, a piteous expression on his face, just as if he had been well thrashed, and he pushes a coin into the shamash's hand. This is evidently the beadle's day. Today he can take his revenge on his householders for the insults and injuries of a whole year. But if you want to be in the thick of it all, you must stand in the anteroom by the door, where people are crowding round the plates for collections. The treasurer sits beside a little table with the directors of the congregation. The largest plate lies before them. To one side of them sits the cantor with his plate, and beside the cantor, several house of study youths with theirs. On every plate lies a paper with a written notice, visiting the sick, supporting the fallen, clothing the naked, Talmud Torah, refuge for the poor, and so forth. Over one plate, marked the return to the land of Israel, presides a modern young man, a Zionist. Everyone wishing to enter the house of study must first go to the plates marked call to the Torah and seat in the shul, put in what is his due, and then throw a few kopecks into the other plates. Beryl Ksop bustled up to the plate seat in the shul, gave what was expected of him, popped a few coppers into the other plates, and prepared to recite the afternoon prayer. He wanted to pause a little between the words of his prayer, to attend to their meaning, to impress upon himself that this was the eve of the Day of Atonement. But idle thoughts kept coming into his head, as though on purpose to annoy him, and his mind was all over the place at once. The words of the prayers got mixed up with the idea of oats, straw, wheat, and barley, and however much trouble he took to drive these idle thoughts away, he did not succeed. "Blow the great trumpet of our deliverance," shouted Beryl, and remembered the while that Ivan owed him 10 measures of wheat. Lift up the ensign to gather our exiles, and I made a mistake in Stephen's account by 30 kopecks. Beryl saw that it was impossible for him to pray with attention, and he began to reel off the 18 benedictions, but not till he reached the confession could he collect his scattered thoughts, and realize what he was saying. When he raised his hands to beat his breast at "We have trespassed, we have robbed," the hand remained hanging in the air, halfway. A shudder went through his limbs. The letters of the words "We have robbed" began to grow before his eyes. They became gigantic. They turned strange colors, red, blue, green, and yellow. Now they took the form of large frogs. They got bigger and bigger, crawled into his eyes, croaked in his ears. "You are a thief, a robber. You have stolen and plundered. You think nobody saw, that it would all run quite smoothly, but you are wrong. We shall stand before the throne of glory and cry, 'You are a thief, a robber.'" Beryl stood some time with his hand raised midway in the air. The whole affair of the 100 rubles rose before his eyes. A couple of months ago he had gone into the house of Reb Moshe Chalfan. The latter had just gone out. There was nobody else in the room. Nobody had even seen him come in. The key was in the desk. Beryl had looked at it, had hardly touched it. The drawer had opened as though of itself. Several 100-ruble notes had lain glistening before his eyes. Just that day, Beryl had received a very unpleasant letter from the father of his daughter's bridegroom, and to make matters worse, the author of the letter was in the right. Beryl had been putting off the marriage for 2 years, and the Meshatan wrote quite plainly that unless the wedding took place after Tabernacles, he should return him the contract. Return the contract. The fiery letters burnt into Beryl's brain. He knew his Meshatan well. The Misnagid. He wouldn't hesitate to tear up a marriage contract, either. And when it's a question of a by no means pretty girl of 20 and odd years, and the kind of bridegroom anybody might be glad to have secured for his daughter. And then to think that only one of those 100-ruble notes lying tossed together in the drawer would help him out of all his troubles. And the evil inclination whispers in his ear, Beryl, now or never. There will be an end to all your worry. Don't you see, it's a godsend. He, Beryl, wrestled with him hard. He remembers it all distinctly, and he can hear now the faint little voice of the good inclination, Beryl, to become a thief in one's latter years. You who so carefully avoided even the smallest deceit. Fie, for shame. If God will, he can help you by honest means too. But the voice of the good inclination was so feeble, so husky, and the evil inclination suggested in his other ear, do you know what? Borrow 100 rubles. Who talks of stealing? You will earn some money before long, and then you can pay him back. It's a charitable loan on his part, only that he doesn't happen to know of it. Isn't it plain to be seen that it's a godsend? If you don't call this providence, what is? Are you going to take more than you really need? You know your Meshatan. Have you taken a good look at that old maid of yours? You recollect the bridegroom. Well, the Meshatan will be kind and mild as milk. The bridegroom will be a silken son-in-law, the ugly old maid, a young wife, fool. God and men will envy you. And he, Beryl, lost his head, his thoughts flew hither and thither, like frightened birds, and he no longer knew which of the two voices was that of the good inclination, and no one saw him leave Moshe Chalfan's house. And still his hand remains suspended in mid-air, still it does not fall against his breast, and there is a cold perspiration on his brow. Beryl started, as though out of his sleep. He had noticed that people were beginning to eye him as he stood with his hand held at a distance from his person. He hastily rattled through for the sin, concluded the 18 benedictions, and went home. At home, he didn't dawdle, he only washed his hands, recited to bringest forth bread, and that was all. The food stuck in his throat. He said grace, returned to shul, put on the tallis, and started to intone tunefully the prayer of expiation. The lighted wax candles, the last rays of the sun stealing in through the windows of the house of study, the congregation entirely robed in white and enfolded in the prayer scarfs, the intense seriousness depicted on all faces, the hum of voices, and the bitter weeping that penetrated from the women's gallery, all this suited Beryl's mood, his contrite heart. Beryl had recited the prayer of expiation with deep feeling, tears poured from his eyes, his own broken voice went right through his heart, every word found an echo there, and he felt it in every limb. Beryl stood before God like a little child before its parents. He wept and told all that was in his heavily laden heart, the full tale of his cares and troubles. Beryl was pleased with himself. He felt that he was not saying the words anyhow, just trolling them off his tongue, but he was really performing an act of penitence with his whole heart. He felt remorse for his sins, and God is a God of compassion and mercy, who will certainly pardon him. Therefore is my heart sad, began Beryl, that the sin which a man commits against his neighbor cannot be atoned for even on the Day of Atonement, unless he asks his neighbor's forgiveness. Therefore is my heart broken and my limbs tremble, because even the day of my death cannot atone for this sin. Beryl began to recite this in pleasing, artistic fashion, weeping and whimpering like a spoiled child, and drawling out the words, when it grew dark before his eyes. Beryl had suddenly become aware that he was in the position of one about to go in through an open door. He advances, he must enter, it is a question of life and death. And without any warning, just as he is stepping across the threshold, the door is shut from within with a terrible bang, and he remains standing outside. And he has read this in the prayer of expiation. With fear and fluttering he reads it over again, looking narrowly at every word. A cold sweat covers him, the words prick him like pins. Are these 2 verses as pitiless judges? Are they the expression of his sentence? Is he already condemned? You are guilty. Flicker the 2 verses on the page before him, and prayer and tears are no longer of any avail. His heart cried to God, have pity, merciful Father. A grown-up girl, what am I to do with her? And his father wanted to break off the engagement. As soon as I have earned the money, I will give it back. But he knew all the time that these were useless subterfuges. The Lord of the universe can only pardon the sin committed against himself. The sin committed against man cannot be atoned for even on the day of atonement. Beryl took another look at the prayer of expiation. The words, unless he asks his neighbor's forgiveness, danced before his eyes. A ray of hope crept into his despairing heart. One way is left open to him, he can confess to Moish Etchalfen. But the hope was quickly extinguished. Is that a small matter? What of my honor, my good name? And what of the match? Mercy, O Father, he cried, have mercy. Beryl proceeded no further with the prayer of expiation. He stood lost in his melancholy thoughts, his whole life passed before his eyes. He, Beryl, had never licked honey, trouble had been his in plenty, he had known cares and worries, but God had never abandoned him. It had frequently happened to him in the course of his life to think he was lost, to give up all his hope. But each time God had extricated him unexpectedly from his difficulty, and not only that, but lawfully, honestly, Jewishly. And now, he had suddenly lost his trust in the providence of his dear name. Donkey. Thus Beryl abused himself, went to look for trouble, did you? Now you've got it. Sold yourself body and soul for 100 rubles. Thief. 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 It did Beryl good to abuse himself like this, it gave him a sort of pleasure to aggravate his wounds. Beryl, sunk in his sad reflections, has forgotten where he is in the world. The congregation has finished the prayer of expiation, and is ready for Kol Nidra. The cantor is at his post at the reading desk on the platform, 2 of the principal, well-to-do Jews, with turs in their hands, on each side of him. One of them is Moish Etchalfen. There is a deep silence in the building. The very last rays of the sun are slanting in through the window, and mingling with the flames of the wax candles. With the consent of the all-present and with the consent of this congregation, we give leave to pray with them that have transgressed, startled Beryl's ears. It was Moish Etchalfen's voice. The voice was low, sweet, and sad. Beryl gave a side glance at where Moish Etchalfen was standing, and it seemed to him that Moish Etchalfen was doing the same to him, only Moish Etchalfen was looking not into his eyes, but deep into his heart, and they're reading the word thief. And Moish Etchalfen is permitting the people to pray together with him, Beryl the thief. Mercy, mercy, compassionate God, cried Beryl's heart in its despair. They had concluded Murif, recited the first 4 chapters of the Psalms and the Song of Unity, and the people went home, to lay in new strength for the morrow. There remained only a few, who spent the greater part of the night repeating psalms, intoning the Meissner, and so on. They snatched an occasional doze on the bare floor overlaid with a wisp of hay, an old cloak under their head. Beryl also stayed the night in the house of study. He sat down in a corner, in robe and tallis, and began reciting psalms with a pleasing pathos, and he went on until overtaken by sleep. At first he resisted, he took a nice pinch of snuff, rubbed his eyes, collected his thoughts, but it was no good. The covers of the Book of Psalms seemed to have been greased, for they continually slipped from his grasp. The printed lines had grown crooked and twisted. His head felt dreadfully heavy, and his eyelids clung together. His nose was forever drooping towards the Book of Psalms. He made every effort to keep awake, started up every time as though he had burnt himself, but sleep was the stronger of the two. Gradually he slid from the bench onto the floor. The psalter slipped finally from between his fingers, his head dropped onto the hay, and he fell sweetly asleep. And Beryl had a dream. Yom Kippur, and yet there is a fair in the town, the kind of fair one calls an earthquake, a fair such as Beryl does not remember having seen these many years, so crowded is it with men and merchandise. There is something of everything: cattle, horses, sheep, corn, and fruit. All the Tamskavate Jews are strolling round with their wives and children. There is buying and selling. The air is full of noise and shouting. The whole fair is boiling and hissing and humming like a kettle. One runs this way and one that way. This one is driving a cow, that one leading home a horse by the rein, the other buying a whole cartload of corn. Beryl is all astonishment and curiosity. How is it possible for Jews to busy themselves with commerce on Yom Kippur, on such a holy day? As far back as he can remember, Jews used to spend the whole day in shul, in linen socks, white robe, and prayer scarf. They prayed and wept. And now what has come over them, that they should be trading on Yom Kippur, as if it were a common weekday, in shoes and boots? This last struck him more than anything. Perhaps it is all a dream, thought Beryl in his sleep. But no, it is no dream. Here I am strolling round the fair, wide awake. And the screaming and the row in my ears, is that a dream, too? And my having this very minute been bumped on the shoulder by a Gentile going past me with a horse, is that a dream? But if the whole world is taking part in the fair, it's evidently the proper thing to do. Meanwhile he was watching a peasant with a horse, and he liked the look of the horse so much that he bought it and mounted it. And he looked at it from where he sat astride, and saw the horse was a horse, but at the self-same time it was Moish Etchalfen as well. Beryl wondered, how is it possible for it to be at once a horse and a man? But his own eyes told him it was so. He wanted to dismount, but the horse bears him to a shop. Here he climbed down and asked for a pound of sugar. Beryl kept his eyes on the scales, and, a fresh surprise, where they should have been weighing sugar, they were weighing his good and bad deeds. And the two scales were nearly equally laden, and oscillated up and down in the air. Suddenly they threw a sheet of paper into the scale that held his bad deeds. Beryl looked to see, it was the 100-ruble note which he had appropriated at Moish Etchalfen's. But it was now much larger, bordered with black, and the letters and numbers were red as fire. The piece of paper was frightfully heavy. It was all two men could do to carry it to the weighing machine, and when they had thrown it with all their might onto the scale, something snapped, and the scale went down, down, down. At that moment a man sleeping at Beryl's head stretched out a foot, and gave Beryl a kick in the head. Beryl awoke. Not far from him sat a grey-haired old Jew, huddled together, enfolded in a tallis and robe, repeating psalms with a melancholy chant and a broken, quavering voice. Beryl caught the words. Mark the perfect man, and behold the upright. For the end of that man is peace. But the transgressors shall be destroyed together. The latter end of the wicked shall be cut off. Beryl looked round in affright. Where was he? He had quite forgotten that he had remained for the night in the house of study. He gazed round with sleepy eyes, and they fell on some white heaps wrapped in robes and prayer scarfs, while from their midst came the low, hoarse, tearful voices of 2 or 3 men who had not gone to sleep and were repeating psalms. Many of the candles were already sputtering, the wax was melting into the sand, the flames rose and fell, and rose again, flaring brightly. And the pale moon looked in at the windows, and poured her silvery light over the fantastic scene. Beryl grew icy cold, and a dreadful shuddering went through his limbs. He had not yet remembered that he was spending the night in the house of study. He imagined that he was dead, and astray in limbo. The white heaps which he sees are graves, actual graves, and there among the graves sit a few sinful souls, and bewail and lament their transgressions. And he, Beryl, cannot even weep. He is a fallen one, lost forever. He is condemned to wander, to roam everlastingly among the graves. By degrees, however, he called to mind where he was, and collected his wits. Only then he remembered his fearful dream. No, he decided within himself, I have lived till now without the 100 roubles, and I will continue to live without them. If the Lord of the universe wishes to help me, he will do so without them too. My soul and my portion of the world to come are dearer to me. Only let Moish Chalfan come in to pray. I will tell him the whole truth and avert misfortune. This decision gave him courage. He washed his hands, and sat down again to the Psalms. Every few minutes he glanced at the window, to see if it were not beginning to dawn, and if Reb Moish Chalfan were not coming along to shul. The day broke. With the first sunbeams Beryl's fears and terrors began little by little to dissipate and diminish. His resolve to restore the 100 roubles weakened considerably. If I don't confess, thought Beryl, wrestling in spirit with temptation, I risk my world to come. If I do confess, what will my chancellor say to it? He writes, either the wedding takes place, or the contract is dissolved. And what shall I do, when his father gets to hear about it? There will be a stain on my character, the marriage contract will be annulled, and I shall be left without my good name and with my ugly old maid. What is to be done? Help! What is to be done? The people began to gather in the shul. The reader of the morning service intoned He is Lord of the Universe to the special Yom Kippur tune. A few householders and young men supported him, and Beryl heard through it all only, help! What is to be done? And suddenly he beheld Moish Chalfan. Beryl quickly rose from his place. He wanted to make a rush at Moish Chalfan, but after all he remained where he was, and sat down again. I must first think it over, and discuss it with my chancellor, was Beryl's decision. Beryl stood up to pray with the congregation. He was again wishful to pray with fervor, to collect his thoughts, and attend to the meaning of the words, but try as he would, he couldn't. Quite other things came into his head, a dream, a fair, a horse, Moish Chalfan, chancellor, oats, barley, this world and the next were all mixed up together in his mind, and the words of the prayers skipped about like black patches before his eyes. He wanted to say he was sorry, to cry, but he only made curious grimaces, and could not squeeze out so much as a single tear. Beryl was very dissatisfied with himself. He finished the morning prayer, stood through the additional service, and proceeded to devour the long piyutim. The question, what is to be done, left him no peace, and he was really reciting the piyutim to try and stupefy himself, to dull his brain. So it went on till Unisanet Hoikef. The congregation began to prepare for Unisanet Hoikef, coughed, to clear their throats, and pull the torsum over their heads. The cantor sat down for a minute to rest, and unbuttoned his shroud. His face was pale and perspiring, and his eyes betrayed a great weariness. From the women's gallery came a sound of weeping and wailing. Beryl had drawn his tallis over his head, and started reciting with earnestness and enthusiasm. We will express the mighty holiness of this day, for it is tremendous and awful, on which thy kingdom is exalted, and thy throne established in grace, whereupon thou art seated in truth. Verily, it is thou who art judge and arbitrator, who knowest all, and art witness, writer, sigillator, recorder and teller. And thou recallest all forgotten things, and openest the book of remembrance, and the book reads itself, and every man's handwriting is there. These words opened the source of Beryl's tears, and he sobbed unaffectedly. Every sentence cut him to the heart, like a sharp knife, and especially the passage, and thou recallest all forgotten things, and openest the book of remembrance, and the book reads itself, and every man's handwriting is there. At that very moment the book of remembrance was lying open before the Lord of the universe, with the handwritings of all men. It contains his own as well, the one which he wrote with his own hand that day when he took away the 100-ruble note. He pictures how his soul flew up to heaven while he slept, and entered everything in the eternal book, and now the letters stood before the throne of glory, and cried, Beryl is a thief, Beryl is a robber. And he has the impudence to stand and pray before God. He, the offender, the transgressor, and the shoe does not fall upon his head. The congregation concluded Unisanet Hoikef, and the cantor began, and the great trumpet of ram's horn shall be sounded. And still Beryl stood with the tallis over his head. Suddenly he heard the words, and the angels are dismayed. Fear and trembling seize hold of them as they proclaim, as swiftly as birds, and say, This is the day of judgment. The words penetrated into the marrow of Beryl's bones, and he shuddered from head to foot. The words, This is the day of judgment, reverberated in his ears like a peal of thunder. He imagined the angels were hastening to him with one speed, with one swoop, to seize and drag him before the throne of glory, and the piteous wailing that came from the women's court was for him, for his wretched soul, for his endless misfortune. No, no, no. He resolved, come what may, let him annul the contract, let them point at me with their fingers as at a thief. If they choose, let my Chancellor lose her chance. I will take it all in good part, if I may only save my unhappy soul. The minute the Kijusha is over I shall go to Moish Etchalfen, tell him the whole story, and beg him to forgive me. The cantor came to the end of Unisanet Hoikef. The congregation resumed their seats. Beryl also returned to his place, and did not go up to Moish Etchalfen. Help, what shall I do, what shall I do? He thought, as he struggled with his conscience. Chancellor will lay me on the fire. She will cry her life out. The Meshatan, the bridegroom. The additional service and the afternoon service were over. People were making ready for the conclusion service. Niale. The shadows were once more lengthening. The sun was once more sinking in the west. The Shugoi began to light candles and lamps, and placed them on the tables and the window ledges. Jews with faces white from exhaustion sat in the anteroom resting and refreshing themselves with a pinch of snuff, or a drop of hartshorn, and a few words of conversation. Everyone feels more cheerful and in better humor. What had to be done, has been done and well done. The Lord of the universe has received his due. They have mortified themselves a whole day, fasted continuously, recited prayers, and begged forgiveness. Now surely the Almighty will do his part, accept the Jewish prayers and have compassion on his people Israel. Only Beryl sits in a corner by himself. He also is wearied and exhausted. He also has fasted, prayed, wept, mortified himself, like the rest. But he knows that the whole of his toil and trouble has been thrown away. He sits troubled, gloomy, and depressed. He knows that they have now reached Niale, that he has still time to repent, that the door of heaven will stand open a little while longer, his repentance may yet pass through. Otherwise, yet a little while, and the gates of mercy will be shut and too late. Oh, open the gate to us, even while it is closing, sounded in Beryl's ears and heart. Yet a little while, and it will be too late. No, no, shrieked Beryl to himself, I will not lose my soul, my world to come. Let Chancellor burn me and roast me, I will take it all in good part, so that I don't lose my world to come. Beryl rose from his seat, and went up to Moish Etchalfen. Reb Moishe, a word with you, he whispered into his ear. Afterwards, when the prayers are done. No, 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 shrieked Beryl, below his breath, now, at once. Moish Etchalfen stood up. Beryl led him out of the house of study, and aside. Reb Moishe, kind soul, have pity on me and forgive me. cried Beryl, and burst into sobs. God be with you, Beryl, what has come over you all at once? Asked Reb Moshe, in astonishment. Listen to me, Reb Moshe, said Beryl, still sobbing. The 100 rubles you lost a few weeks ago are in my house. God knows the truth, I didn't take them out of wickedness. I came into your house, the key was in the drawer. There was no one in the room. That day I'd had a letter from my Meshutton that he'd break off his son's engagement if the wedding didn't take place to time. My girl is ugly and old. The bridegroom is a fine young man. A precious stone. I opened the drawer in spite of myself, and saw the banknotes. You see how it was. My Meshutton is a misnagid, a flint-hearted screw. I took out the note, but it is shortening my years. God knows what I bore and suffered at the time. Tonight I will bring you the note back. Forgive me. Let the Meshutton break off the match, if he chooses. Let the woman fret away her years, so long as I am rid of the serpent that is gnawing at my heart, and gives me no peace. I never before touched a ruble belonging to anyone else, and become a thief in my latter years I won't. Moshe Chalfant did not answer him for a little while. He took out his snuff, and had a pinch, then he took out of the bosom of his robe a great red handkerchief, wiped his nose, and reflected a minute or two. Then he said quietly, If a match were broken off through me, I should be sorry. You certainly behaved as you should not have, in taking the money without leave, but it is written, Judge not thy neighbor till thou hast stood in his place. You shall keep the 100 rubles. Come tonight and bring me an eye. Oh, you, and begin to repay me little by little. What are you, an angel? Exclaimed Beryl, weeping. God forbid, replied Moshe Chalfant, quietly, I am what you are. You are a Jew, and I also am a Jew. HELENA. Born, 1861, in Zhenya, Podolia, southwestern Russia, co-editor of Die Bibliothek dos Leben, published at Odessa, 1904, and Kishinth, 1905. Bertzi Wasafura. I. The first night of Passover. It is already about 10 o'clock. Outside it is dark, wet, cold as the grave. A fine, close, sleety rain is driving down. A light, sharp, fitful wind blows, whistles, sighs, and whines, and wanders round on every side, like a returned and sinful soul seeking means to qualify for eternal bliss. The mud is very thick, and reaches nearly to the waist. At one end of the town of Kamenivk, in the poor people's street, which runs along by the bathhouse, it is darkest of all, and muddiest. The houses there are small, low, and overhanging, tumbled together in such a way that there is no seeing where the mud begins and the dwelling ends. No gleam of light, even in the windows. Either the inhabitants of the street are all asleep, resting their tired bones and aching limbs, or else they all lie suffocated in the sea of mud, simply because the mud is higher than the windows. Whatever the reason, the street is quiet as a Godsaker, and the darkness may be felt with the hands. Suddenly the dead stillness of the street is broken by the heavy tread of some ponderous creature, walking and plunging through the Kamenivk mud, and there appears the tall, broad figure of a man. He staggers like one tipsy or sick, but he keeps on in a straight line, at an even pace, like one born and bred and doomed to die in the familiar mud, till he drags his way to a low, crouching house at the very end of the street, almost under the hillside. It grows lighter, a bright flame shines through the little window panes. He has not reached the door before it opens, and a shaky, tearful voice, full of melancholy, pain, and woe, breaks the hush a second time this night. Bertzi, is it you? Are you all right? So late. Has there been another accident? And the cart and the horse, Wu Sen? All right, all right. A happy holiday. His voice is rough, hoarse, and muffled. She lets him into the passage, and opens the inner door. But scarcely is he conscious of the light, warmth, and cleanliness of the room, when he gives a strange, wild cry, takes one leap, like a hare, onto the eating couch spread for him on a red-painted, wooden sofa, and he lies already in a deep sleep. 2. The whole dwelling, consisting of one nice, large, low room, is clean, tidy, and bright. The bits of furniture and all the household essentials are poor, but so clean and polished that one can mirror oneself in them, if one cares to stoop down. The table is laid ready for Passover. The bottles of red wine, the bottle of yellow Passover brandy, and the glass goblets of different colors reflect the light of the thick tallow candles, and shine and twinkle and sparkle. The oven, which stands in the same room, is nearly out. There is one sleepy little bit of fire still flickering. But the pots, ranged round the fire as though to watch over it and encourage it, exhale such delicious, appetizing smells that they would tempt even a person who had just eaten his fill. But no one makes a move towards them. All 5 children lie stretched in a row on the red-painted, wooden bed. Even they have not tasted of the precious dishes, of which they have thought and talked for weeks previous to the festival. They cried loud and long, waiting for their father's return, and at last they went sweetly to sleep. Only one fly is moving about the room, Roxy, Bertsy Wasserführer's wife, and rivers of tears, large, clear tears, salt with trouble and distress, flow from her eyes. 3. Although Roxy has not seen more than 30 summers, she looks like an old woman. Once upon a time she was pretty, she was even known as one of the prettiest of the Kaimuniv girls, and traces of her beauty are still to be found in her uncommonly large, dark eyes, and even in her lined face, although the eyes have long lost their fire, and her cheeks, their color and freshness. She is dressed in clean holiday attire, but her eyes are red from the hot, salt tears, and her expression is darkened and sad. Such a festival, such a great, holy festival, and then when it comes, the pale lips tremble and quiver. How many days and nights, beginning before Purim, as she sat with her needle between her fingers, so that the children should have their holiday frocks, and all depending on her hands and head. How much thought and care and strength has she spent on preparing the room, their poor little possessions, and the food. How many were the days, Sabbaths excepted, on which they went without a spoonful of anything hot, so that they might be able to give a becoming reception to that dear, great, and holy visitor, the Passover. Everything, the Almighty forbid that she should sin with her tongue, of the best, ready and waiting, and then, after all, he, his sheepskin, his fur cap, and his great boots are soaked with rain and steeped in thick mud, and there, in this condition, lies he, Bertsy Wasserführer, her husband, her Passover king, like a great black lump, on the nice, clean, white, draped eating couch, and snores. 4. The brief tale I am telling you happened in the days before Kaimunivka joined itself on, by means of the long, tall, and beautiful bridge, to the great high hill that has stood facing it from everlasting, thickly wooded, and watered by quantities of clear, crystal streams, which babble one to another day and night, and whisper with their running tongues of most important things. So long as the bridge had not been flung from one of the giant rocks to the other rock, the Kaimunivk people had not been able to procure good, wholesome water of the wild hill, and had to content themselves with the thick, impure water of the river Smotrich, which has flowed forever round the eminence on which Kaimunivk is built. But man, and especially the Jew, gets used to anything, and the Kaimunivk people, who are nearly all Grandfather Abraham's grandchildren, had drunk Smotrich water all their lives, and were conscious of no grievance. But the lot of the Kaimunivk water carriers was hard and bitter. Kaimunivk stands high, almost in the air, and the river Smotrich runs deep down in the valley. In summer, when the ground is dry, it was bearable, for then the Kaimunivk water carrier was merely bathed in sweat as he toiled up the hill, and the Jewish breadwinner has been used to that for ages. But in winter, when the snow was deep and the frost tremendous, when the steep Skosternai hill with its clay soil was covered with ice like a hill of glass, or when the great rains were pouring down, and the town and especially the clay hill are confounded with the deep, thick mud. Our Bertzi Wasserfuhrer was more alive to the fascinations of this Parnasse than any other water carrier. He was, as though in his own despite, a pious Jew and a great man of his word, and he had to carry water for almost all the well-to-do householders. True, that in face of all his good luck he was one of the poorest Jews in the poor people's street, only. V. Lord of the world, may there never again be such a winter as there was then. Not the oldest man that could recall one like it. The snow came down in drifts, and never stopped. One could and might have sworn on a scroll of the law, that the great Jewish God was angry with the Kaimonivk Jews, and had commanded his angels to shovel down on Kaimonivk all the snow that had lain by in all the 7 heavens since the 6th day of creation, so that the sinful town might be a ruin and a desolation. And the terrible, fiery frosts. Frozen people were brought into the town nearly every day. Oi, Jews, how Bertzi Wasserfuhrer struggled, what a time he had of it. Enemies of Zion, it was nearly the death of him. And suddenly the snow began to stop falling, all at once, and then things were worse than ever. There was a sea of water, an ocean of mud. And Passover coming on with great strides. For 3 days before Passover he had not come home to sleep. Who talks of eating, drinking, and sleeping? He and his mam toiled day and night, like 6 horses, like 10 oxen. The last day before Passover was the worst of all. His horse suddenly came to the conclusion that sooner than live such a life, it would die. So it died and vanished somewhere in the depths of the Kaimonivk clay. And Bertzi the water carrier and his man had to drag the cart with the great water barrel themselves, the whole day till long after dark. Why? It is already 11, 12, 12:30 at night, and Bertzi's chest, throat, and nostrils continue to pipe and to whistle, to sob and to sigh. The room is colder and darker, the small fire in the oven went out long ago, and only little stumps of candles remain. Roxy walks and runs about the room, she weeps and wrings her hands. But now she runs up to the couch by the table, and begins to rouse her husband with screams and cries fit to make one's blood run cold and the hair stand up on one's head. No, no, you're not going to sleep any longer, I tell you. Bertzi, do you hear me? Get up, Bertzi. Aren't you a Jew? A man? The father of children? Bertzi, have you God in your heart? Bertzi, have you said your prayers? My husband, what about the Seder? I won't have it! I feel very ill. I am going to faint! Help! Water. Have I forgotten somebody's water? Whose? Where? But Roxy is no longer in need of water. She beholds her king on his feet, and has revived without it. With her 2 hands, with all the strength she has, she holds him from falling back onto the couch. Don't you see, Bertzi? The candles are burning down, the supper is cold and will spoil. I fancy it's already beginning to dawn. The children, long life to them, went to sleep without any food. Come, please, begin to prepare for the Seder, and I will wake the 2 elder ones. Bertzi stands bent double and treble. His breathing is labored and loud, his face is smeared with mud and swollen from the cold, his beard and locks are rough and bristly, his eyes sleepy and red. He looks strangely wild and unkempt. Bertzi looks at Roxy, at the table, he looks round the room, and sees nothing. But now he looks at the bed, his little children, washed, and in their holiday dresses, are all lying in a row across the bed, and he remembers everything, and understands what Roxy is saying, and what it is she wants him to do. Give me some water, I said Minsha and Marif by the way, while I was at work. I'm bringing it already. May God grant you a like happiness. Good health to you. Hershel, get up, my Kaddish, father has come home already. Shmuel, my little son, go and ask father the 4 questions. Bertzi fills a goblet with wine, takes it up in his left hand, places it upon his right hand, and begins. Sivrimaranon, Vrabonon, Vrabasai, with the permission of the company. His head goes round, Lord of the world! I am a Jew. Blessed art thou, Lord our God, King of the universe. It grows dark before his eyes. The first night of Passover, I ought to make Kiddush. Thou who dost create the fruit of the vine, his feet fail him, as though they had been cut off, and I ought to give the Seder. This is the bread of the poor. Lord of the world, you know how it is. I can't do it! Have mercy! Forgive me. 7. A nasty smell of sputtered out candles fills the room. Roxy weeps. Bertzi is back on the couch and snores. Different sounds, like the voices of winds, cattle, and wild beasts, and the whir of a mill, are heard in his snoring. Enter weeping. It seems as if the whole room was sighing and quivering and shaking. Ezrielk the scribe. 40 days before Ezrielk descended upon this sinful world, his life partner was proclaimed in heaven, and the heavenly council decided that he was to transcribe the books of the law, prayers, and mezuzahs for the Kabtzonivk Jews, and thereby make a living for his wife and children. But the hard word went forth to him that he should not disclose this secret decree to anyone, and should even forget it himself for a goodly number of years. A glance at Ezrielk told one that he had been well lectured with regard to some important matter, and was to tell no tales out of school. Even mind, the Kabtzonivk boy, testified to this. Never in all my life, all the time I've been bringing Jewish children into God's world, have I known a child scream so loud at birth as Ezrielk, a sign that he'd had it well rubbed into him. Either the angel who has been sent to fill up little children above the lips when they are being born, was just then very sleepy, Ezrielk was born late at night, or someone had put him out of temper, but one way or another little Ezrielk, the very first minute of his Jewish existence, caught such a blow that his top lip was all but split in two. After this kindly welcome, when God's angel himself had thus received Ezrielk, slaps, blows, and stripes rained down upon his head, body, and life, all through his days, without pause or ending. Ezrielk began to attend Cheder when he was exactly 3 years old. His first teacher treated him very badly, beat him continually, and took all the joy of his childhood from him. By the time this childhood of his had passed, and he came to be married, he began to wear the phylacteries and the prayer scarf on the day of his marriage. He was a very poor specimen, small, thin, stooping, and yellow as an egg pudding, his little face dark, dreary, and weazened, like a dried Lender herring. The only large, full things about him were his earlocks, which covered his whole face, and his 2 blue eyes. He had about as much strength as a fly. He could not even break the wine glass under the marriage canopy by himself, and had to ask for help of Rebbe Akef Butz, the beadle of the old shul. Among the German Jews a boy like that would have been left unwed till he was 16 or even 17, but Ezrielk was married at 13, for his bride had been waiting for him 17 years. It was this way. Reb Samuel Bassis, Ezrielk's father, and Reb Selig Taxit, his father-in-law, were host at Chassidim, and used to drive every year to spend the solemn days at the host Rebbe's. They both, not of you be it spoken, lost all their children in infancy, and, as you can imagine, they pressed the Rebbe very closely on this important point, left him no peace, till he should bestir himself on their behalf, and exercise all his influence in the higher spheres. Once, on the eve of Yom Kippur, before daylight, after the waving of the scape fowls, when the Rebbe, long life to him, was in somewhat high spirits, our 2 Chassidim made another set upon him, but this time they had quite a new plan, and it simply had to work out. Do you know what? Arrange a marriage between your children. Good luck to you. The whole company of Chassidim broke some plates, and actually drew up the marriage contract. It was a little difficult to draw up the contract, because they did not know which of our 2 friends would have the boy, the Rebbe, long life to him, was silent on this head, and which, the girl, but, a learned Jew is never at a loss, and they wrote out the contract with conditions. For 3 years running after this their wives bore them each a child, but the children were either both boys or both girls, so that their vow to unite the son of one to a daughter of the other born in the same year could not be fulfilled, and the documents lay on the shelf. True, the little couples departed for the real world within the first month, but the Rebbe consoled the father by saying, "We may be sure they were not true Jewish children, that is, not true Jewish souls. The true Jewish soul once born into the world holds on, until, by means of various troubles and trials, it is cleansed from every stain. Don't worry, but wait." The 4th year the Rebbe's words were established. Reb Selig Taxit had a daughter born to him, and Reb Samuel Bassis, Ezrielk. Shanil, Ezrielk's bride, was tall, when they married, as a young fir tree, beautiful as the sun, clever as the day is bright, and white as snow, with sky blue, star-like eyes. Her hair was the color of ripe corn. In a word, she was fair as Abigail and our mother Rachel in one, winning as Queen Esther, pious as Leah, and upright as our grandmother Sarah. But although the bride was beautiful, she found no fault with her bridegroom. On the contrary, she esteemed it a great honor to have him for a husband. All the Kabtsoniv girls envied her, and every Kabtsoniv woman who was expecting desired with all her heart that she might have such a son as Ezrielk. The reason is quite plain. First, what true Jewish maiden looks for beauty in her bridegroom? Secondly, our Ezrielk was as full of excellencies as a pomegranate is of seeds. His teachers had not broken his bones for nothing. The blows had been of great and lasting good to him. Even before his wedding, Samuel Bassis's Ezrielk was deeply versed in the law, and could solve the hardest questions, so that you might have made a rabbi of him. He was, moreover, a great scribe. His Inonorofs and his Blespes were known, not only in Kabtsonivk, but all over Kamenivk, and as for his singing. When Ezrielk began to sing, poor people forgot their hunger, thirst, and need, the sick, their aches and pains, the Kabtsonivk Jews in general, their bitter exile. He mostly sang unfamiliar tunes and whole things. Where do you get them, Ezrielk? The little Ezrielk would open his eyes, he kept them shut while he sang, his 2 big blue eyes, and answer wonderingly. "Don't you hear how everything sings?" After a little while, when Ezrielk had been singing so well and so sweetly and so wonderfully that the Kabtsoniv Jews began to feel too happy, people fell laving, and they grew extremely uneasy and disturbed in their minds. It's not all so simple as it looks, there is something behind it. Suppose a not good one had introduced himself into the child, which God forbid. It would do no harm to take him to the Aleskev Rebbe, long life to him. As good luck would have it, the Hoster Rebbe came along just then to Kabtsonivk, and, after all, Ezrielk belonged to him. He was born through the merit of the Rebbe's miracle working. So the Chassidim told him the story. The Rebbe, long life to him, sent for him. Ezrielk came and began to sing. The Rebbe listened a long time to his sweet voice, which rang out like 100,000 crystal and gold bells into every corner of the room. Do not be alarmed, he may and he must sing. He gets his tunes the way he got his soul. And Ezrielk sang cheerful tunes till he was 10 years old, that is, till he fell into the hands of the teacher Rebbe Yankel Vitis. Now, the end and object of Rebbe Yankel's teaching was not merely that his pupils should know a lot and know it well. Of course, we know that the Jew only enters this sinful world in order that he may more or less perfect himself, and that it is therefore needful he should, and, indeed, he must, sit day and night over the Torah and the commentaries. Yankel Vitis's course of instruction began and ended with trying to imbue his pupils with a downright, genuine, Jewish Chassidic enthusiasm. The first day Ezrielk entered his cheder, Rebbe Yankel lifted his long, thick lashes, and began, while he gazed fixedly at him, to shake his head, saying to himself, "No, no, he won't do like that. There is nothing wrong with the vessel, a goodly vessel, only the wine is still very sharp, and the ferment is too strong. He is too cocky, too lively for me. A wonder, too, for he's been in good hands. Tell me, weren't you under both my uses? And it's a pity, when you come to think, that such a goodly vessel should be wasted. Yes, he wants treating in quite another way." And Yankovitas set himself seriously to the task of shaping and working up Azrielk. Rebbe Yankel was not in the least concerned when he beat a pupil and the latter cried and screamed at the top of his voice. He knew what he was about, and was convinced that, when one beats and it hurts, even a Jewish child, which must needs get used to blows, may cry and scream, and the more the better. It showed that his method of instruction was taking effect. And when he was thrashing Azrielk, and the boy cried and yelled, Rebbe Yankel would tell him, "That's right, that's the way. Cry, scream, louder still. That's the way to get a truly contrite Jewish heart. You sing too merrily for me. A true Jew should weep even while he sings." When Azrielk came to be 12 years old, his teacher declared that he might begin to recite the prayers in shul before the congregation, as he now had within him that which beseems a good Chassidic Jew. So Azrielk began to daven in the Kabtsonivk old shul, and a crowd of people, not only from Kabtsonivk, but even from Kamenivk and Erbyanivk, used to fill and encircle the shul to hear him. Rebbe Yankel was not mistaken. He knew what he was saying. Azrielk was indeed fit to daven. Life and the joy of life had vanished from his singing, and the terrorful weeping, the fearful wailing of a nation's 2,000 years of misfortune, might be heard and felt in his voice. Azrielk was very weakly, and too young to lead the service often, but what a stir he caused when he lifted up his voice in the shul. Kabtsonivk, Kamenivk, and Erbyanivk will never forget the first Umip and Chatani led by the 12-year-old Azrielk, standing before the precentor's desk in a long, wide prayer scarf. The men, women, and children who were listening inside and outside the old shul felt a shudder go through them, their hair stood on end, and their hearts wept and fluttered in their breasts. Azrielk's voice wept and implored, "On account of our sins." At the time when Azrielk was distinguishing himself on this fashion with his chanting, the Jewish doctor from Kamenivk happened to be in the place. He saw the crowd round the old shul, and he went in. As you may suppose, he was much longer in coming out. He was simply riveted to the spot, and it is said that he rubbed his eyes more than once while he listened and looked. On coming away, he told them to bring Azrielk to see him on the following day, saying that he wished to see him, and would take no fee. Next day Azrielk came with his mother to the doctor's house. "A blow has struck me. A thunder has killed me. Rebbe Yankel, do you know what the doctor said?" "You silly woman, don't scream so. He cannot have said anything bad about Azrielk. What is the matter? Did he hear him intone the Gemara, or perhaps sing? Don't cry and lament like that." "Rebbe Yankel, what are you talking about? The doctor said that my Azrielk is in danger, that he's ill, that he hasn't a sound organ, his heart, his lungs, are all sick. Every little bone in him is broken. He mustn't sing or study, the bath will be his death. He must have a long cure, he must be sent away for it. God, he said to me, has given you a precious gift, such as heaven and earth might envy. Will you go and bury it with your own hands?" And you were frightened and believed him. Nonsense. I've had Azrielk in my cheddar 2 years. Do I want him to come and tell me what goes on there? If he were a really good doctor, and had one drop of Jewish blood left in his veins, wouldn't he know that every true Jew has a sick heart, a bad lung, broken bones, and deformed limbs, and is well and strong in spite of it, because the Holy Torah is the best medicine for all sicknesses? Ha, ha, ha. And he wants Azrielk to give up learning in the bath. Do you know what? Go home and send Azrielk to Cheddar at once. The Kamenivk doctor made 1 or 2 more attempts at alarming Azrielk's parents, He sent his assistant to them more than once, but it was no use, for after what Rebbe Yankel had said, nobody would hear of any doctoring. So Ezrielk continued to study the Talmud and occasionally to lead the service in shul, like the Chassidic child he was, had a dip nearly every morning in the bathhouse, and at 13, good luck to him, he was married. The Hoster Rebbe himself honored the wedding with his presence. The Rebbe, long life to him, was fond of Ezrielk, almost as though he had been his own child. The whole time the saint stayed in Kabtsonivk, Kaimanivk, and Erbayanivk, Ezrielk had to be near him. When they told the Rebbe the story of the doctor, he remarked, what do they know? And Ezrielk continued to recite the prayers after his marriage, and to sing as before, and was the delight of all who heard him. Agreeably to the marriage contract, Ezrielk and his channel had a double right to board with their parents forever. When they were born and the written engagements were filled in, each was an only child, and both Reb Sainwil and Reb Selig undertook to board them forever. True, when the parents wedded their one and only children, they had both of them a house full of little ones and no parnassus. They really hadn't, but they did not go back upon their word with regard to the board forever. Of course, it is understood that the two everlasting boards lasted nearly 1 whole year, and Ezrielk and his wife might well give thanks for not having died of hunger in the course of it, such a bad, bitter year as it was for their poor parents. It was the year of the great flood, when both Reb Sainwil Bassis and Reb Selig Taxit had their houses ruined. Ezrielk, Chanil, and their little son had to go on shift for themselves. But the other inhabitants of Kabtsonivk, regardless of this, now began to envy them in earnest. What other couple of their age, with a child and without a farthing, could so easily make a livelihood as they? Hardly had it come to the ears of the 3 towns that Ezrielk was seeking a parnassus when they were all astir. All the shuls called meetings, and sought for means and money whereby they might entice the wonderful cantor and secure him for themselves. There was great excitement in the shuls. Fancy finding in a little, thin Jewish lad all the rare and precious qualities that go to make a great cantor. The trustees of all the shuls ran about day and night, and a fierce war broke out among them. The war raged 5 times 24 hours, till the great shul in Kaimanivk carried a day. Not one of the others could have dreamed of offering him such a salary, 300 rubles and everything found. God is my witness, thus Ezrielk opened his heart, as he sat afterwards with a company of Hoster Chassidim over a little glass of brandy, that I find it very hard to leave our old shul, where my grandfather and great-grandfather used to pray. Believe me, brothers, I would not do it, only they give me 150 rubles earnest money, and I want to pass it on to my father and father-in-law, so that they may rebuild their houses. To your health, brothers. Drink to my remaining an honest Jew, and wish that my head may not be turned by the honor done to me. And Ezrielk began to daven and to sing, again without a choir, in the great shul, in the large town of Kaimanivk. There he intoned the prayers as he had never done before, and showed who Ezrielk was. The old shul in Kabtsonivk had been like a little box for his voice. In those days Ezrielk and his household lived in happiness and plenty, and he and Chanel enjoyed the respect and consideration of all men. When Ezrielk led the service, the shul was filled to overflowing, and not only with Jews, even the richest Gentiles, I beg to distinguish, came to hear him, and wondered how such a small and weakly creature as Ezrielk, with his thin chest and throat, could bring out such wonderful tunes and whole compositions of his own. Money fell upon the lucky couple, through circumcisions, weddings, and so on, like snow. Only one thing began, little by little, to disturb their happiness. Ezrielk took to coughing, and then to spitting blood. He used to complain that he often felt a kind of pain in his throat and chest, but they did not consult a doctor. What, a doctor? Fumed Rebbe Yankel. Nonsense. It hurts, does it? Where's the wonder? A carpenter, a smith, a tailor, a shoemaker works with his hands, and his hands hurt. Cantors and teachers and matchmakers work with their throat and chest, and these hurt, they are bound to do so. It is simply hemorrhoids. So Ezrielk went on intoning and chanting, and the Kamenivk Jews licked their fingers, and nearly jumped out of their skin for joy when they heard him. 2 years passed in this way, and then came a change. It was early in the morning of the fast of the destruction of the temple. All the windows of the great shul were open, and all the tables, benches, and desks had been carried out from the men's hall and the women's hall the evening before. Men and women sat on the floor, so closely packed a pin could not have fallen to the floor between them. The whole street in which was the great shul was chock-full with a terrible crowd of men, women, and children, although it just happened to be cold, wet weather. The fact is, Ezrielk's lamentations had long been famous throughout the Jewish world in those parts, and whoever had ears, a Jewish heart, and sound feet, came that day to hear him. The sad epidemic disease that, not of our days be it spoken, swallows men up, was devastating Kamenivk and its surroundings that year, and everyone sort of place and hour wherein to weep out his oppressed and bitter heart. Ezrielk also sat on the floor reciting lamentations, but the man who sat there was not the same Ezrielk, and the voice heard was not his. Ezrielk, with his sugar-sweet, honeyed voice, had suddenly been transformed into a strange being, with a voice that struck terror into his hearers. The whole people saw, heard, and felt how a strange creature was flying about among them with a fiery sword in his hand. He slashes, hews, and hacks at their hearts, and with a terrible voice he cries out and asks, "Sinners, where is your holy land that flowed with milk and honey? Slaves, where is your temple? Accursed slaves, you sold your freedom for money and calumny, for honors and worldly greatness." The people trembled and shook and were all but entirely dissolved in tears. Upon Zion and her cities, sang out once more Ezrielk's melancholy voice, and suddenly something snapped in his throat, just as when the strings of a good fiddle snap when the music is at its best. Ezrielk coughed, and was silent. A stream of blood poured from his throat, and he grew white as the wall. The doctor declared that Ezrielk had lost his voice forever, and would remain hoarse for the rest of his life. "Nonsense," persisted Rebbe Enkel. "His voice is breaking, it's nothing more." "God will help," was the comment of the hoster saint. A whole year went by, and Ezrielk's voice neither broke nor returned to him. The hoster Chassidim assembled in the house of Elkanah the butcher to consider and take counsel as to what Ezrielk should take to in order to earn a livelihood for wife and children. They thought it over a long time, talked and gave their several opinions, till they hit upon this: Ezrielk had still 150 rubles in store. Let him spend 100 rubles on a house in Kabtsonivk, and begin to traffic with the remainder. Thus Ezrielk became a trader. He began driving to fairs, and traded in anything and everything capable of being bought or sold. 6 months were not over before Ezrielk was out of pocket. He mortgaged his property, and with the money thus obtained he opened a grocery shop for Chanil. He himself, nothing satisfies a Jew, started to drive about in the neighborhood, to collect the contributions subscribed for the maintenance of the hoster Rebbe, long life to him. Ezrielk was 5 months on the road, and when, torn, worn, and penniless, he returned home, he found Chanil brought to bed of her 4th child, and the shop bare of ware and equally without a groschen. But Ezrielk was now something of a trader, and is there any strait in which a Jewish trader has not found himself? Ezrielk had soon disposed of the whole of his property, paid his debts, rented a large lodging, and started trading in several new and more ambitious lines. He pickled gherkins, cabbages, and pumpkins, made beet soup, both red and white, and offered them for sale, and so on. It was Chanil again who had to carry on most of the business, but, then, Ezrielk did not sit with his hands in his pockets. Toward Passover he had shmuramatzes. He baked and sold them to the richest householders in Kamenivk, and before the solemn days he, as an expert, tried and recommended cantors and prayer leaders for the Kaimonivk shuls. When it came to tabernacles, he trafficked in citrons and palms. For 3 years Azrielk and his channel struggled at their trades, working themselves nearly to death, of Zion's enemies be it spoken, till, with the help of heaven, they came to be 20 years old. By this time Azrielk and Chanel were the parents of 4 living and 2 dead children. Chanel, the once so lovely Chanel, looked like a beaten HELENA, and Azrielk, you remember the picture drawn at the time of his wedding ? Well, then try to imagine what he was like now, after those 7 years we have described for you. It's true that he was not spitting blood anymore, either because Rebbe Yankel had been right, when he said that would pass away, or because there was not a drop of blood in the whole of his body. So that was all right, only, how were they to live? Even Rebbe Yankel and all the host at Chassidim together could not tell him. The singing had raised him and lifted him off his feet, and let him fall. And do you know why it was and how it was that everything Azrielk took to turned out badly? It was because the singing was always there, in his head and his heart. He prayed and studied, singing. He bought and sold, singing. He sang day and night. No one heard him, because he was hoarse, but he sang without ceasing. Was it likely he would be a successful trader, when he was always listening to what heaven and earth and everything around him was singing, too? He only wished he could have been a slaughterer or a raff. He was apt enough at study, only, first, rabbonim and slaughterers don't die every day, and, second, they usually leave heirs to take their places. Third, even supposing there were no such heirs, one has to pay privilege money, and where is it to come from? No, there was nothing to be done. Only God could and must have pity on him and his wife and children, and help them somehow. Azrielk struggled and fought his need hard enough those days. One good thing for him was this, his being a host at Chossit, the host at Chassidim. Although they have been famed from everlasting as the direst poor among the Jews, yet they divide their last mouthful with their unfortunate brethren. But what can the gifts of mortal men, and of such poor ones into the bargain, do in a case like Azrielk's? And God alone knows what bitter end would have been his, if Reb Shmuel Bar, the Kabtsonivk scribe, had not just then, blessed be the righteous judge, met with a sudden death. Our Azrielk was not long in feeling that he, and only he, should, and, indeed, must, step into Reb Shmuel's shoes. Azrielk had been an expert at the scribe's work for years and years. Why, his father's house and the scribe's had been nearly under one roof, and whenever Azrielk, as a child, was let out of Cheddar, he would go and sit any length of time in Reb Shmuel's room. Something in the occupation attracted him, and watch him write. And the little Azrielk had more than once tried to make a piece of parchment out of a scrap of skin, and what Jewish boy cannot prepare the veins that he used to sew the phylacteries and the scrolls of the law? Nor was the scribe's ink a secret to Azrielk. So Azrielk became scribe in Kabtsonivk. Of course, he did not make a fortune. Reb Shmuel Bar, who had been a scribe all his days, died a very poor man, and left a room full of hungry, half-naked children behind him. But then, what Jew, I ask you, or has Messiah come, ever expected to find a parnassa with enough, really enough, to eat? Yitzchok Yossel Brochba. At the time I am speaking of, the above was about 40 years old. He was a little, thin Jew with a long face, a long nose, 2 large, black, kindly eyes, and one who would sooner be silent and think than talk, no matter what was being said to him. Even when he was scolded for something, and by whom and when and for what was he not scolded, he used to listen with a quiet, startled, but sweet smile, and his large, kindly eyes would look at the other with such wonderment, mingled with a sort of pity, that the other soon stopped short in his abuse, and stood nonplussed before him. There, you may talk. You might as well argue with a horse, or a donkey, or the wall, or a log of wood, and the other would spit and make off. But if anyone observed that smile attentively, and studied the look in his eyes, he would, to a certainty, have read there as follows: O man, Why are you eating your heart out? Seeing that you don't know, and that you don't understand, why do you undertake to tell me what I ought to do?" And when he was obliged to answer, he used to do so in a few measured and gentle words, as you would speak to a little, ignorant child, smiling the while, and then he would disappear and start thinking again. They called him breadwinner, because, no matter how hard a man worked, he was never able to earn a living. He was a little tailor, but not like the tailors nowadays, who specialize in one kind of garment. Feuilletonist made everything: trousers, cloaks, waistcoats, top coats, fur coats, capes, collars, bags for prayer books, little prayer scarfs, and so on. Besides, he was a ladies' tailor as well. Summer and winter, day and night, he worked like an ox, and yet, when the Kabtsonivk community, at the time of the great cholera, in order to put an end to the plague, led him, aged 30, out to the cemetery, and then married him to Molka the often, she cast him off 2 weeks later. She was still too young, 28, she said, to stay with him and die of hunger. She went out into the world, together with a large band of poor, after the great fire that destroyed nearly the whole town, and nothing more was heard of Molka the often from that day forward. And Yitzchok Yossel Brochbabid took himself, with needle and flat iron, into the women's chamber in the new shul, the community having assigned it to him as a workroom. How came it about, you may ask, that so versatile a tailor as Yitzchok Yossel should be so poor? Well, if you do, it just shows you didn't know him. Wait and hear what I shall tell you. The story is on this wise: Yitzchok Yossel Brochbau was a tailor who could make anything, and who made nothing at all. That is, since he displayed his imagination in cutting out and sewing on the occasion I am referring to, nobody would trust him. I can remember as if it were today what happened in Kabtsonivk, and the commotion there was in the little town when Yitzchok Yossel made Rebbe Cheskel the teacher a pair of trousers, begging your pardon, of such fantastic cut that the unfortunate teacher had to wear them as a vest, though he was not then in need of one, having a brand new sheepskin not more than 3 years old. And now listen. Binyamin Royabnik the trader's mother died, blessed be the righteous judge, and her whole fortune went, according to the law, to her only son Binyamin. She had to be buried at the expense of the community. If she was to be buried at all, it was the only way. But the whole town was furious with the old woman for having cheated them out of their expectations and taken her whole fortune away with her to the real world. None knew exactly why, but it was confidently believed that old Aunt Leah had heaps of treasure somewhere in hiding. It was a custom with us in Kabtsonivk to say, whenever anyone, man or woman, lived long, ate sicknesses by the clock, and still did not die, that it was a sign that he had in the course of his long life gathered great store of riches, that somewhere in a cellar he kept pots full of gold and silver. The funeral society, the younger members, had long been whetting their teeth for Aunt Leah's fortune, and now she had died, may she merit paradise, and had fooled them. What about her money? A cow has flown over the roof and laid an egg. In that same night Reb Binyamin's cow, a real cow, calved, and the unfortunate consequence was that she died. The funeral society took the calf, and buried Aunt Leah at its own expense. Well, money or no money, inheritance or no inheritance, Reb Binyamin's old mother left him a quilt, a large, long, wide, wadded quilt. As an article of house furniture, a quilt is a very useful thing, especially in a house where there is a wife, no evil eye, and a goodly number of children, little and big. Who doesn't see that? It looks simple enough. Either one keeps it for oneself and the 2 little boys, with whom Reb Binyamin used to sleep, or else one gives it to the wife and the 2 little girls, who also sleep all together, or, if not, then to the 2 bigger boys or the 2 bigger girls, who repose on the 2 bench beds in the parlor and kitchen respectively. But this particular quilt brought such perplexity into Reb Binyamin's rather small head that he, not of you be it spoken, nearly went mad. Why I and not she? Why she and not her? Or they? Or the others? Why they and not her? Why them and not us? Why the others and not them? Well, what is all this fuss? What did we cover them with before? 3 days and 3 nights Rabbi Yeoman split his head and puzzled his brains over these questions, till the Almighty had pity on his small skull and feeble intelligence, and sent him a happy thought. After all, it is an inheritance from one's one and only mother, peace be upon her. It is a thing from Thingland. I must adapt it to some useful purpose, so that heaven and earth may envy me its possession. And he sent to fetch Yitzchok Yossel Brochba, the tailor, who could make every kind of garment, and said to him, Reb Yitzchok Yossel, you see this article? I see it. Yes, you see it, but do you understand it, really and truly understand it? I think I do. But do you know what this is, huh? A quilt. Ha, ha, ha. A quilt. I could have told you that myself. But the stuff, the material? It's good material, beautiful stuff. Good material, beautiful stuff? No, I beg your pardon, you are not an expert in this. You don't know the value of merchandise. The real artisan, the true expert, would say, the material is light, soft, and elastic, like a lung, a sound and healthy lung. The stuff, he would say further, is firm, full, and smooth as the best calf's leather. And durable. Why, it's a piece out of the heart of the strongest ox, or the tongue of the messianic ox itself. Do you know how many winters this quilt has lasted already? But enough. That is not why I have sent for you. We are neither of us, thanks to his blessed name, do nothings. The long and short of it is this, I wish to make out of this, you understand me, out of this material, out of this piece of stuff, a thing, an article, that shall draw everybody to it, a fruit that is worth saying the blessing over, something superfine. An instance. What, for example, tell me, what would you do, if I gave this piece of goods into your hands, and said to you, Reb Yitzchok Yossel, as you are, without sin be it spoken, an old workman, a good workman, and, besides that, a good comrade, and a Jew as well, take this material, this stuff, and deal with it as you think best. Only let it be turned into a sort of costume, a sort of garment, so that not only Kabtsonivk, but all Kamanivk, shall be bitten and torn with envy. Eh? What would you turn it into? Yitzchok Yossel was silent. Reb Yitzchok Yossel went nearly out of his mind, nearly fainted for joy at these last words. He grew pale as death, white as chalk, then burning red like a flame of fire, and sparkled and shone. And no wonder, was it a trifle? All his life he had dreamed of the day when he should be given a free hand in his work, so that everyone should see who Yitzchok Yossel is, and at the end came, the trousers, Reb Yecheskel Melaman's trousers. How well, how cleverly he had made them. Just think, trousers and upper garment in one. He had been so overjoyed, he had felt so happy, so sure that now everyone would know who Yitzchok Yossel Brochba is. He had even begun to think and wonder about Molke the often, poor, unfortunate often. Had she ever had one single happy day in her life? Work forever and next to no food, toil till she was exhausted and next to no drink, sleep where she could get it, one time in Elkanah the butcher's kitchen, another time in Yisrael Dintz's attic. And when at last she got married, good luck to her, she became the wife of Yitzchok Yossel Brochba. And the wedding took place in the burial ground. On one side they were digging graves, on the other they were bringing fresh corpses. There was weeping and wailing, and in the middle of it all, the musicians playing and fiddling and singing, and the relations dancing. Good luck. Good luck. The orphan and her breadwinner are being led to the marriage canopy in the graveyard. He will never forget with what gusto she, his bride, the first night after their wedding, ate, drank, and slept, the whole of the wedding supper that had been given them, bridegroom and bride, a nice roll, a glass of brandy, A tea glass full of wine, and a heaped-up plate of roast meat was cut up and scraped together and eaten, no evil eye, by her, by the bride herself. He had taken great pleasure in watching her face. He had known her well from childhood, and had no need to look at her to know what she was like, but he wanted to see what kind of feelings her face would express during this occupation. When they led him into the bridal chamber, she was already there. The companions of the bridegroom burst into a shout of laughter, for the bride was already snoring. He knew quite well why she had gone to sleep so quickly and comfortably. Was there not sufficient reason? For the first time in her life she had made a good meal and lain down in a bed with bedclothes. The 6 groschen candle burnt, the flies woke and began to buzz, the mills clapped, and swung, and groaned, and he, Yitzchok Yossel Brochba, the bridegroom, sat beside a bridal bed on a little barrel of pickled gherkins, and looked at Molka the often, his bride, his wife, listened to her loud thick snores, and thought. The town dogs howled strangely. Evidently the wedding in the cemetery had not yet driven away the angel of death. From some of the neighboring houses came a dreadful crying and screaming of women and children. Molka the often heard nothing. She slept sweetly, and snored as loud, I beg to distinguish, as Caspar, the tall, stout miller, the owner of both mills. Yitzchok Yossel Brochba sits on a little barrel, looks at her face, and thinks. Her face is dark, roughened, and nearly like that of an old woman. A great, fat fly knocked against the wick, the candle suddenly began to burn brighter, and Yitzchok Yossel saw her face become prettier, younger, and fresher, and overspread by a smile. That was all the effect of the supper and the soft bed. Then it was that he had promised himself, that he had sworn, once and for all, to show the Kabtsoniv Jews who he is, and then Molka the orphan will have food and a bed every day. He would have done this long ago, had it not been for those trousers. The people are so silly, they don't understand. That is the whole misfortune. And it's quite the other way about. Let someone else try and turn out such an ingenious contrivance. But because it was he, and not someone else, they laughed and made fun of him. How Rebbe Cheskel, his wife and children, did abuse him. That was his reward for all his trouble. And just because they themselves are cattle, horses, boors, who don't understand the tailor's art. Ha! If only they understood that tailoring is a noble, refined calling, limitless and bottomless as, with due distinction, the Holy Torah. But all is not lost. Who knows? For here comes Binyamin Droyabnik, an intelligent man, a man of brains and feeling. And think how many years he has been a trader. A retail trader, certainly, a jobber, but still. Come, Reb Yitzchok Yossel, make an end. What will you turn it into? Everything. That is to say, a dressing gown for your Dvoshk. And then, a morning gown with tassels. After that, a coat. Well, a dress. And besides that, a pair of trousers and a jacket. Nothing more? Why not? For instance, pelisse, a wadded winter pelisse for you. There, just that, and only that, said Reb Binyamin, delighted. Yitzchok Yossel Brochba tucked away the quilt under his arm, and was preparing to be off. Reb Yitzchok Yossel, and what about taking my measure? And how about your charge? Yitzchok Yossel dearly loved to take anyone's measure, and was an expert at so doing. He had soon pulled a fair-sized sheet of paper out of one of his deep pockets, folded it into a long paper stick, and began to measure Reb Binyamin Droyabnik's limbs. He did not even omit to note the length and breadth of his feet. What do you want with that? Are you measuring me for trousers? Don't you ask? No need to teach a skilled workman his trade. And what about the charge? We shall settle that later. No, that won't do with me. I am a trader, you understand, and must have it all pat. 5 gulden. And how much less? How should I know? Well, 4. Well, and half a ruble? Well, well. Remember, Reb Yitzchok Yossel, it must be a masterpiece. Trust me. For 5 days and 5 nights Yitzchok Yossel set his imagination to work on Binyamin Royabnik's inheritance. There was no eating for him, no drinking, and no sleeping. The scissors squeaked, the needle ran hither and thither, up and down, the inheritance sighed and almost sobbed under the hot iron. But how happy was Yitzchok Yossel those lightsome days and merry nights! Who could compare with him? Greater than the Kabtsonivk village elder, richer than Yisrael Dintzes, the tax-gatherer, and more exalted than the bailiff himself was Yitzchok Yossel, that is, in his own estimation. All that he wished, thought, and felt was forthwith created by means of his scissors and iron, his thimble, needle, and cotton. No more putting on of patches, sewing on of pockets, cutting out of tefillin sacoch and little prayer scarfs, no more doing up of old dresses. Freedom, freedom, he wanted one bit of work of the right sort, and that was all. Ha, now he would show them, the Kabtsonivk cripples and householders, now he would show them who Yitzchok Yossel Brochba is. They would not laugh at him or tease him any more. His fame would travel from one end of the world to the other, and Molka the Often, his bride, his wife, she also would hear of it, and she will come back to him. He feels it in every limb. It was not him she cast off, only his bad luck. He will rent a lodging, money will pour in from all sides, buy a little furniture, a bed, a sofa, a table. In time he will buy a little house of his own. She will come. She has been homeless long enough. It is time she should rest her weary, aching bones. It is high time she should have her own corner. She will come back. He feels it. She will certainly come home. The last night. The work is complete. Yitzchok Yossel spread it out on the table of the women's shul, lighted a second Russian candle, sat down in front of it with wide open, sparkling eyes, gazed with delight at the product of his imagination and was wildly happy. So he sat the whole night. It was very hard for him to part with his achievement, but hardly was it day when he appeared with it at Reb Binyamin Royabnik's. A good morning, a good year, Reb Yitzchok Yossel. I see by your eyes that you have been successful. Is it true? You can see for yourself, there. No, no, there is no need for me to see it first. Dvoshk, Cheik, Prince, Dovid Herschel, Yitzchoklik. You understand, I want them all to be present and see. In a few minutes the whole family had appeared on the scene. Even the 4 little ones popped up from behind the heaps of ragged covering. Yitzchok Yossel untied his parcel and, "What uses do you us?" ? A pair of trousers with sleeves. Judah Steinberg. Born, 1863, in Lipkany, Bessarabia, died, 1907, in Odessa. Education Hasidic, entered business in a small Romanian village for a short time, teacher, from 1889 in Jedensee and from 1896 in Liaugo, Bessarabia, removed to Odessa, in 1905, to become correspondent of New York Warheit, writer of fables, stories, and children's tales in Hebrew, and poems in Yiddish, historical drama, Hasota, collected works in Hebrew, 3 vols, Krakow, 1910 to 1911, in course of publication. A livelihood. The 2 young fellows Maxim Klopetzel and Israel Friedman were natives of the same town in New Bessarabia, and there was an old link existing between them, a mutual detestation inherited from their respective parents. Maxim's father was the chief Gentile of the town, for he rented the cornfields of its richest inhabitant, and as the lawyer of the rich citizen was a Jew, little Maxim imagined, when his father came to lose his tenantry, that it was owing to the Jews. Little Strulai was the only Jewish boy he knew. The children were next-door neighbors, and so a large share of their responsibility was laid on Strulai's shoulders. Later on, when Klopetzel, the father, had abandoned the plough and taken to trade, He and old freedmen frequently came in contact with each other as rivals. They traded and competed one against the other, till they both become bankrupt, when each argued to himself that the other was at the bottom of his misfortune, and their children grew on in mutual hatred. A little later still, Maxim put down to Strulei's account part of the nails which were hammered into his saviour, over at the other end of the town, by the well, where the government and the church had laid out money and set up a crucifix with a ladder, a hammer, and all other necessary implements. And Strulei, on his part, had an account to settle with Maxim respecting certain other nails driven in with hammers, and torn scrolls of the law, and the history of the 10 martyrs of the days of Titus, not to mention a few later ones. Their hatred grew with them, its strength increased with theirs. When Krushchev began to deal in anti-Semitism, Maxim learned that Christian children were carried off into the shul, Strulei's shul, for the sake of their blood. Thenceforth Maxim's hatred of Strulei was mingled with fear. He was terrified when he passed the shul at night, and he used to dream that Strulei stood over him in a prayer robe, prepared to slaughter him with the ram's horn trumpet. This because he had once passed the shul early one Jewish New Year's Day, had peeped through the window, and seen the ram's horn blower standing in his white shroud, armed with a shofar, and suddenly a heart-rending voice broke out with minutes ha-mezer, and Maxim, taking his feet on his shoulders, had arrived home more dead than alive. There was very nearly a commotion. The priest wanted to persuade him that the Jews had tried to obtain his blood. So the 2 children grew into youth as enemies. Their fathers died, and the increased difficulties of their position increased their enmity. The same year saw them called to military service, from which they had both counted on exemption as the only sons of widowed mothers. Only Israel's mother had lately died, bequeathing to the Tsar all she had, a soldier, and Maxim's mother had united herself to a second provider, and there was an end of the 2 only sons. Neither of them wished to serve. They were too intellectually capable, too far developed mentally, too intelligent, to be turned all at once into Russian soldiers, and too nicely brought up to march from Port Arthur to Mukden with only one change of shirt. They both cleared out, and stowed themselves away till they fell separately into the hands of the military. They came together again under the fortress walls of Mukden. They ate and hungered sullenly round the same cooking pot, received punches from the same officer, and had the same longing for the same home. Israel had a habit of talking in his sleep, and, like a born Bessarabian, in his Yiddish mixed with a large portion of Romanian words. One night, lying in the barracks among the other soldiers, and sunk in sleep after a hard day, Strulei began to talk 16 to the dozen. He called out names, he quarrelled, begged pardon, made a fool of himself, all in his sleep. It woke Maxim, who overheard the home-like names and phrases, the name of his native town. He got up, made his way between the rows of sleepers, and sat down by Israel's pallet, and listened. Next day Maxim managed to have a large helping of porridge, more than he could eat, and he found Israel, and set it before him. Mulțumesc, said the other, thanking him in Romanian, and a thrill of delight went through Maxim's frame. The day following, Maxim was hit by a Japanese bullet, and there happened to be no one beside him at the moment. The shock drove all the soldier's speech out of his head. "Help, I am killed," he called out, and fell to the ground. Strulei was at his side like one sprung from the earth. He tore off his 4 corners, and made his comrade a bandage. The wound turned out to be slight, for the bullet had passed through, only grazing the flesh of the left arm. A few days later Maxim was back in the company. "I wanted to see you again, Strulei," he said, greeting his comrade in Romanian. A flash of brotherly affection and gratitude lighted Strulei's Semitic eyes, and he took the other into his arms, and pressed him to his heart. They felt themselves to be countrymen, of one and the same native town. Neither of them could have told exactly when their union of spirit had been accomplished, but each one knew that he thanked God for having brought him together with so near a compatriot in a strange land. And when the Battle of Mukden had made Maxim all but totally blind, and deprived Struy of one foot, they started for home together, according to the passage in the Midrash, 2 men with 1 pair of eyes and 1 pair of feet between them. Maxim carried on his shoulders a wooden box, which had now become a burden in common for them, and Struy limped a little in front of him, leaning lightly against his companion, so as to keep him in the smooth part of the road and out of other people's way. Struy had become Maxim's eyes, and Maxim, Struy's feet. They were 2 men grown into one, and they provided for themselves out of one pocket, now empty of the last ruble. They dragged themselves home. A kauza, whispered Struy into Maxim's ear, and the other turned on him his 2 glazed eyes looking through a red haze, and set in swollen red lids. A childlike smile played on his lips. A kauza, he repeated, also in a whisper. Home appeared to their fancy as something holy, something consoling, something that could atone and compensate for all they had suffered and lost. They had seen such a home in their dreams. But the nearer they came to it in reality, the more the dream faded. They remembered that they were returning as conquered soldiers and crippled men, that they had no near relations and but few friends, while the girls who had coquetted with Maxim before he left would never waste so much as a look on him now he was half blind, and Struy's plans for marrying and emigrating to America were frustrated. A cripple would not be allowed to enter the country. All their dreams and hopes finally dissipated, and there remained only one black care, one all-obscuring anxiety: how were they to earn a living? They had been hoping all the while for a pension, but in their service book was written on sick leave. The Russo-Japanese War was distinguished by the fact that the greater number of wounded soldiers went home on sick leave, and the money assigned by the government for their pension would not have been sufficient for even 100th part of the number of invalids. Maxim showed a face with 2 wide-open eyes, to which all the passers-by looked the same. He distinguished with difficulty between a man and a telegraph post, and wore a smile of mingled apprehension and confidence. The sound feet stepped hesitatingly, keeping behind Israel, and it was hard to say which steadied himself most against the other. Struy limped forward, and kept open eyes for 2. Sometimes he would look round at the box on Maxim's shoulders, as though he felt its weight as much as Maxim. Meantime the railway carriages had emptied and refilled, and the locomotive gave a great blast, received an answer from somewhere a long way off, a whistle for a whistle, and the train set off, slowly at first, and then gradually faster and faster, till all that remained of it were puffs of smoke hanging in the air without rhyme or reason. The 2 felt more depressed than ever. Something to eat? Where are we to get a bite? Was in their minds. Suddenly Yisroel remembered with a start. This was the anniversary of his mother's death. If he could only say one Kaddish for her in a klaus. Is it far from here to a klaus? He inquired of a passer-by. There is one a little way down that side street, was the reply. Maxim, he begged of the other, come with me. Where to? To the synagogue? Maxim shuddered from head to foot. His fear of a Jewish shul had not left him, and 1,000 foolish terrors darted through his head. But his comrade's voice was so gentle, so childishly imploring, that he could not resist it, and he agreed to go with him into the shul. It was the time for afternoon prayer. The daylight and the dark held equal sway within the klaus, the lamps before the platform increasing the former to the east and the latter to the west. Maxim and Yisroel stood in the western part, enveloped in shadow. The cantor had just finished incense, and was entering upon Asher, and the melancholy night chant of Minsha and Maruf gradually entranced Maxim's emotional Romanian heart. The low, sad murmur of the cantor seemed to him like the distant surging of a sea, in which men were drowned by the hundreds and suffocating with the water. Then, the Asher and the Kaddish ended, there was silence. The congregation stood up for the 18 benedictions. Here and there you heard a half-stifled sigh. and now it seemed to Maxim that he was in the hospital at night, at the hour when the groans grow less frequent, and the sufferers fall one by one into a sweet sleep. Tears started into his eyes without his knowing why. He was no longer afraid, but a sudden shyness had come over him, and he felt, as he watched Yisroel repeating the Kaddish, that the words, which he, Maxim, could not understand, were being addressed to someone unseen, and yet mysteriously present in the darkening shul. When the prayers were ended, one of the chief members of the congregation approached the Manchurian, and gave Yisroel a coin into his hand. Yisroel looked round. He did not understand at first what the donor meant by it. Then it occurred to him, and the blood rushed to his face. He gave the coin to his companion, and explained in a half-sentence or two how they had come by it. Once outside the Klaus, they both cried, after which they felt better. A livelihood. The same thought struck them both. We can go into partnership. At the Matzes. It was quite early in the morning, when Sosai, the scribe's daughter, a girl of 17, awoke laughing. A sunbeam had broken through the rusty window, made its way to her underneath the counterpane, and they opened her eyes. It woke her out of a deep dream which she was ashamed to recall, but the dream came back to her of itself, and made her laugh. Had she known whom she was going to meet in her dreams, she would have lain down in her clothes, a curse to her, and she laughed aloud. Got up laughing. Scolds her mother. There's a piece of good luck for you. It's a sign of a black year for her, may it be to my enemies. Sosai proceeds to dress herself. She does not want to fall out with her mother today, she wants to be on good terms with everyone. In the middle of dressing she loses herself in thought, with one naked foot stretched out and an open stocking in her hands, wondering how the dream would have ended, if she had not awoke so soon. Cheerful, a villager's son, who boards with her mother, passes the open doors leading to Sosai's room, and for the moment he is riveted to the spot. His eyes dance, the blood rushes to his cheeks, he gets all he can by looking, and then hurries away to Cheddar without his breakfast, to study the Song of Songs. And Sosai, fresh and rosy from sleep, her brown eyes glowing under the tumbled gold locks, betakes herself to the kitchen, where her mother, with her usual worried look, is blowing her soul out before the oven into a smoky fire of damp wood. Look at the girl standing round like a fool. Run down to the cellar, and fetch me an onion and some potatoes. Sosai went down to the cellar, and found the onions and potatoes sprouting. At sight of a green leaf, her heart leapt. Greenery. Greenery. Summer is coming. And the whole of her dream came back to her. Look, mother, green sprouts, she cried, rushing into the kitchen. 1,000 bad dreams on your head. The onions are spoiled, and she laughs. My enemies' eyes will creep out of their lids before there will be fresh greens to eat, and all this, woe is me, is only fit to throw away. Greenery, greenery, thought Sosai, summer is coming. Greenery had got into her head, and there it remained, and from greenery she went on to remember that today was the first Passover cake baking at Gedalia the baker's, and that Shlomoshba would be at work there. Having begged of her mother the one pair of boots that stood about in the room and fitted everyone, she put them on, and was off to the Matzes. It was, as we have said, the first day's work at Gedalia the baker's, and the sack of Passover flour had just been opened. Gravely, the flour boy, a 2-weeks orphan, carried the pot of flour for the men, and poured it out together with remembrances of his mother, who had died in the hospital of injuries received at their hands, and the water boy came up behind him, and added recollections of his own. The hooligans threw his father into the water off the bridge. May they pay for it, Sussagot. May they live till he is a man, and can settle his account with them. Thus the grey-headed old Enoch, the kneader, and he kneaded it all into the dough, with thoughts of his own grandchildren. This one fled abroad, the other in the regiment, and a third in prison. The dough stiffens, the horny old hands work it with difficulty. The dough gets stiffer every year, and the work harder, It is time for him to go to the asylum. The dough is kneaded, cut up in pieces, rolled and riddled. Is that a token for the whole congregation of Israel? And now appear the round matzahs, which must wander on a shovel into the heated oven of Shlomeshba, first into one corner, and then into another, till another shovel throws them out into a new world, separated from the old by a screen, thoroughly scoured for Passover, which now rises and now falls. That they are arranged in columns, a reminder of Pitta and Ramesses. Kukruk, 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 whisper the still warm matzahs one to another. They also are remembering, and they tell the tale of the Exodus after their fashion, the tale of the flight out of Egypt, only they have seen more flights than one. Thus are the matzahs kneaded and baked by the Jews, with thoughts. The Gentiles call them blood, and assert that Jews need blood for their matzahs, and they take the trouble to supply us with fresh thoughts every year. But at Gedalia the baker's all is still cheerfulness. Girls and boys, in their unspent vigor, surround the tables. There is rolling and riddling and cleaning of clean rolling pins with pieces of broken glass. From wherever do Jews get so much broken glass? And the whole town is provided with kosher matzahs. Jokes and silver trills escape the lively young workers. The company is as merry as though the Exodus were tomorrow. But it won't be tomorrow. Look at them well, because another day you will not find them so merry. They will not seem like the same. One of the likely lads has left his place, and suddenly appeared at a table beside a pretty, girly-haired girl. He has hurried over his matzahs, and now he wants to help her. She thanks him for his attention with a rolling pin over the fingers, and there is such laughter among the spectators that Burke, the old overseer, exclaims, "What impertinence!" But he cannot finish, because he has to laugh himself. There is a spark in the embers of his being which the girlish merriment around him kindles anew. And the other lads are jealous of the beaten one. They know very well that no girl would hit a complete stranger, and that the blow only meant, "Impudent boy, why need the world know of anything between us?" Shlomeshba, armed with the shovels, stands still for a minute trying to distinguish Sosai's voice in the peals of laughter. The matzahs under his care are browning in the oven. And Sosai takes it into her head to make her matzahs with one pointed corner, so that he may perhaps know them for hers, and laughs to herself as she does so. There is one table to the side of the room which was not the last year. It was placed there for the formerly well-to-do house mistresses, who last year, when they came to bake their matzahs, gave yomt-off money to the others. Here all goes on quietly. The laughter of the merry people breaks against the silence, and is swallowed up. The work grows continually pleasanter and more animated. The riddler stamps 2 or 3 matzahs with hieroglyphs at once, in order to show off. Shlometh the oven cannot keep pace with him, and grows angry. May all bad. The wish is cut short in his mouth. He has caught a glance of Sosai's through the door of the baking room. He answers with 2, gets 3 back, Sosai pursing her lips to signify a kiss. Shlometh folds his hands, which also means something. Meantime 10 matzahs get scorched, and one of Sosai's is pulled in 2. Brenna and Brent Meyer mine hearts, starts a worker singing in a plaintive key. Come. Hush, hush, scolds old Burke. Songs, indeed. What next, you impudent boy? My sorrows be on their head. Sighs a neighbor of Sosai's. They'd soon be tired of their life, if they were me. I've left 2 children at home fit to scream their hearts out. The other is at the breast. I have brought it along. It is quiet just now, by good luck. What is the use of a poor woman's having children? Exclaims another, evidently expecting herself. Indeed, she has a child a year, and a 7 days mourning a year afterwards. Do you suppose I ask for them? Do you think I cry my eyes out for them before God? If she hasn't any, who's to inherit her place at the matzahs baking, 100 years hence? All very well for you to talk, you're a grass widow, to no Jewish daughter may it apply. May such a blow be to my enemies as he'll surely come back again. It's about time. After 3 years. Will you shut up, or do you want another beating? Sosai went off into a fresh peal of laughter, and the shovel fell out of Shlomo's hand. Again he caught a glance, but this time she wrinkled her nose at him, as much as to say, "Fie, you shameless boy, can't you behave yourself even before other people?" Hereupon the infant gave account of itself in a small, shrill voice, and the general commotion went on increasing. The overseer scolded, the matz's printing wheel creaked and squeaked, the bits of glass were ground against the rolling pins, there was a humming of songs and a proclaiming of secrets, followed by bursts of laughter, Sosai's voice ringing high above the rest. And the sun shone into the room through the small window, a white spot jumped around and kissed everyone there. Is it the spirit of Israel delighting in her young men and maidens and whispering in their ears, "What if it is matz's kneading, and what if it is exile? Only let us be all together, only let us all be merry." Or is it the spring, transformed into a white patch of sunshine, in which all have equal share, and which has not forgotten to bring good news into the house of Gedaliah the matzah baker? A beautiful sun was preparing to set, and promised another fine day for the morrow. Ding dong, gull 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 gull. It was the convent bells calling the Christians to confession. All tongues were silenced round the tables at Gedaliah the baker's. A streak of vapor dimmed the sun, and gloomy thoughts settled down upon the hearts of the workers. Easter. Their Easter is coming on. And mothers' eyes sought their children. The white patch of sunshine suddenly gave a terrified leap across the ceiling and vanished in a corner. "Kick kick, kick crick," whispered the hot matzes. Who is to know what they say? Who can tell, now that the Jews have baked this year's matzes, how soon they will set about providing them with material for the next? Thoughts, and broken glass for the rolling pins. David Frisman. Born, 1863, in Lodz, Russian Poland, of a family of merchants, education, Jewish and secular, the latter with special attention to foreign languages and literatures, has spent most of his life in Warsaw, Hebrew critic, editor, poet, satirist, and writer of fairy tales, translator of George Eliot's Daniel Deronda into Hebrew, contributor to Sholem Alecham's Judas Volksbibliothek, Spector's Hausfriend, and various periodicals, editor of monthly publication Reshafim, collected works in Hebrew, Kitabim Brim, 2 vols, Warsaw, 1899–1901, and Reshimat, 4 parts, Warsaw, 1911. 3 Whoet. Once upon a time 3 people met. I recall the event as one recalls a dream. Black clouds obscure men, because it happened long ago. Only sometimes it seems to me that there are no clouds, but a pillar of fire lighting up the men and their doings, and the fire grows bigger and brighter, and gives light and warmth to this day. I have only a few words to tell you, 2 or 3 words. Once upon a time 3 people met. Not on a work day or an ordinary Sabbath, but on a day of atonement that fell on a Sabbath. Not in the corner where no one sees or hears, but before all the people in the great shul, in the principal shul of the town. Neither were they ordinary men, these 3, but the chief Jews of the community, the rabbi and his 2 dayanim. The townsfolk looked up to them as if they had been angels, and certainly held them to be saints. And now, as I write these words, I remember how difficult it was for me to understand, and how I sometimes used to think the rabbi and his dayanim had done wrong. But even then I felt that they were doing a tremendous thing, that they were holy men with holy instincts, and that it was not easy for them to act thus. Who knows how hard they fought with themselves, who knows how they suffered, and what they endured. And even if I live many years and grow old, I shall never forget the day and the men, and what was done on it, for they were no ordinary men, but great heroes. Those were bitter times, such as had not been for long, and such as will not soon return. A great calamity had descended on us from heaven, and had spread abroad among the towns and over the country, The cholera had broken out. The calamity had reached us from a distant land, and entered our little town, and clutched at young and old. By day and by night men died like flies, and those who were left hung between life and death. Who can number the dead who were buried in those days? Who knows the names of the corpses which lay about in heaps in the streets? In the Jewish street the plague made great ravages. There was not a house where there lay not one dead, not a family in which the calamity had not broken out. In the house where we lived, on the second floor, 9 people died in one day. In the basement there died a mother and 4 children, and in the house opposite we heard wild cries one whole night through, and in the morning we became aware that there was no one left in it alive. The grave diggers worked early and late, and the corpses lay about in the streets like dung. They stuck one to the other like clay, and one walked over dead bodies. The summer broke up, and there came the solemn days, and then the most dreadful day of all, the Day of Atonement. I shall remember that day as long as I live. The eve of the Day of Atonement, the reciting of Kol Nidre. At the desk before the ark there stands, not as usual the precentor and 2 householders, but the rabbi and his 2 dayanim. The candles are burning all round, and there is a whispering of the flames as they grow taller and taller. The people stand at their reading desks with grave faces, and draw on the robes and prayer scarfs, the Spanish hoods and silver girdles, and their shadows sway this way and that along the walls, and might be the ghosts of the dead who died today and yesterday and the day before yesterday. Evidently they could not rest in their graves, and have also come into the shul. Hush! The rabbi has begun to say something, and the dayanim, too, and a groan rises from the congregation. With the consent of the all-present and with the consent of this congregation, we give leave to pray with them that have transgressed. And a great fear fell upon me and upon all the people, young and old. In that same moment I saw the rabbi mount the platform. Is he going to preach? Is he going to lecture the people at a time when they are falling dead like flies? But the rabbi neither preached nor lectured. He only called to remembrance the souls of those who had died in the course of the last few days. But how long it lasted! How many names he mentioned! The minutes fly one after the other, and the rabbi has not finished. Will the list of souls never come to an end? Never. And it seems to me the rabbi had better call out the names of those who are left alive, because they are few, instead of the names of the dead, who are without number and without end. I shall never forget that night and the praying, because it was not really praying, but one long, loud groan rising from the depth of the human heart, cleaving the sky and reaching to heaven. Never since the world began have Jews prayed in greater anguish of soul. Never have hotter tears fallen from human eyes. That night no one left the shul. After the prayers they recited the hymn of unity, and after that the psalms, and then chapters from the Mishnah, and then ethical books. And I also stand among the congregation and pray, and my eyelids are heavy as lead, and my heart beats like a hammer. Umalakim Yaakov, and the angels fly around. And I fancy I see them flying in the shul, up and down, up and down. And among them I see the bad angel with 1,000 eyes, full of eyes from head to feet. That night no one left the shul, but early in the morning there was some missing. 2 of the congregation had fallen during the night, and died before our eyes, and lay wrapped in their prayer scarfs and white robes. Nothing was lacking for their journey from the living to the dead. They kept on bringing messages into the shul from the gas, but nobody wanted to listen or to ask questions, lest he should hear what had happened in his own house. No matter how long I live, I shall never forget that night, and all I saw and heard. But the Day of Atonement, the day that followed, was more awful still. And even now, when I shut my eyes, I see the whole picture, and I think I am standing once more among the people in the shul. It is Atonement Day in the afternoon. The rabbi stands on the platform in the center of the shul, tall and venerable, and there is a fascination in his noble features. And there, in the corner of the shul, stands a boy who never takes his eyes off the rabbi's face. In truth, I never saw a nobler figure. The rabbi is old, 70 or perhaps 80 years, but tall and straight as a fir tree. His long beard is white like silver, but the thick, long hair of his head is whiter still, and his face is blanched, and his lips are pale, and only his large black eyes shine and sparkle like the eyes of a young lion. I stood in awe of him when I was a little child. I knew he was a man of God, one of the greatest authorities in the law, whose advice was sought by the whole world. I knew also that he inclined to leniency in all his decisions, and that none dared oppose him. The sight I saw that day in shul is before my eyes now. The rabbi stands on the platform, and his black eyes gleam and shine in the pale face and in the white hair and beard. The additional service is over, and the people are waiting to hear what the rabbi will say, and one is afraid to draw one's breath. And the rabbi begins to speak. His weak voice grows stronger and higher every minute, and at last it is quite loud. He speaks of the sanctity of the Day of Atonement and of the Holy Torah, of repentance and of prayer, of the living and of the dead, and of the pestilence that is broken out and that destroys without pity, without rest, without a pause. For how long? For how much longer? And by degrees his pale cheeks redden and his lips also, and I hear him say, and when trouble comes to a man, he must look to his deeds, and not only to those which concern him and the Almighty, but to those which concern himself, to his body, to his flesh, to his own health. I was a child then, but I remember how I began to tremble when I heard these words, because I had understood. The rabbi goes on speaking. He speaks of cleanliness and wholesome air, of dirt, which is dangerous to man, and of hunger and thirst, which are men's bad angels when there is a pestilence about, devouring without pity. And the rabbi goes on to say, and men shall live by my commandments, and not die by them. There are times when one must turn aside from the law, if by so doing a whole community may be saved. I stand shaking with fear. What does the rabbi want? What does he mean by his words? What does he think to accomplish? And suddenly I see that he is weeping, and my heart beats louder and louder. What has happened? Why does he weep? And there I stand in the corner, in the silence, and I also begin to cry. And to this day, if I shut my eyes, I see him standing on the platform, and he makes a sign with his hand to the two dayanim to the left and right of him. He and they whisper together, and he says something in their ear. What has happened? Why does his cheek flame, and why are they as white as chalk? And suddenly I hear them talking, but I cannot understand them, because the words do not enter my brain. And yet all three are speaking so sharply and clearly. And all the people utter a groan, and after the groan I hear the words, with the consent of the all-present and with the consent of this congregation, we give leave to eat and drink on the Day of Atonement. Silence. Not a sound is heard in the shul, not an eyelid quivers, not a breath is drawn. And I stand in my corner and hear my heart beating, 1, 2, 1, 2. A terror comes over me, and it is black before my eyes. The shadows move to and fro on the wall, and amongst the shadows I see the dead who died yesterday and the day before yesterday and the day before the day before yesterday, a whole people, a great assembly. And suddenly I grasp what it is the rabbi asks of us. The rabbi calls on us to eat, today. The rabbi calls on Jews to eat on the Day of Atonement, not to fast, because of the cholera, because of the cholera, because of the cholera. And I begin to cry loudly. And it is not only I, the whole congregation stands weeping, and the dayanim on the platform weep, and the greatest of all stands there sobbing like a child. And he implores like a child, and his words are soft and gentle, and every now and then he weeps so that his voice cannot be heard. Eat, Jews, eat. Today we must eat. This is a time to turn aside from the law. We are to live through the commandments, and not die through them. But no one in the shul has stirred from his place, and there he stands and begs of them, weeping, and declares that he takes the whole responsibility on himself, that the people shall be innocent. But no one stirs. And presently he begins again in a changed voice. He does not beg, he commands. I give you leave to eat. I. And his words are like arrows shot from the bow. But the people are deaf, and no one stirs. Then he begins again with his former voice, and implores like a child. What would you have of me? Why will you torment me till my strength fails? Think you I have not struggled with myself from early this morning till now? And the day on him also plead with the people. And of a sudden the rabbi grows as white as chalk, and lets his head fall on his breast. There is a groan from one end of the shul to the other, and after the groan the people are heard to murmur among themselves. Then the rabbi, like one speaking to himself, says, It is God's will. I am 80 years old, and have never yet transgressed a law. But this is also a law, it is a precept. Doubtless the Almighty wills it so. Beadle. The beadle comes, and the rabbi whispers a few words into his ear. He also confers with the dayanim, and they nod their heads and agree. And the beadle brings cups of wine for sanctification, out of the rabbi's chamber, and little rolls of bread. And though I should live many years and grow very old, I shall never forget what I saw then, and even now, when I shut my eyes, I see the whole thing, 3 rabbis standing on a platform in shul, and eating before the whole people, on the Day of Atonement. The 3 belong to the heroes. Who shall tell how they fought with themselves? Who shall say how they suffered, and what they endured? I have done what you wished, says the rabbi, and his voice does not shake, and his lips do not tremble. God's name be praised. And all the Jews at that day, they ate and wept. Rays of light beam forth from the remembrance, and spread all around, and reach the table at which I sit and write these words. Once again, 3 people ate. At the moment when the awesome scene in the shul is before me, there are 3 Jews sitting in a room opposite the shul, and they also are eating. They are the 3 enlightened ones of the place, the tax collector, the inspector, and the teacher. The window is wide open, so that all may see. On the table stands a samovar, glasses of red wine, and eatables. And the 3 sit with playing cards in their hands, playing preference, and they laugh and eat and drink. Do they also belong to the heroes? Micah Joseph Berdichsky. Born, 1865, in Bershad, Podolia, southwestern Russia, educated in Yeshiva of Volozhin, studied also modern literatures in his youth, has been living alternately in Berlin and Breslau, Hebrew, Yiddish, and German writer, on philosophy, aesthetics, and Jewish literary, spiritual, and timely questions, contributor to Hebrew periodicals, editor of Bet Midrash, supplement to Bet Ozar HaSifrat, contributed Ebedenzer Wissen Ethik und Ästhetik to Studien zur Philosophie und ihrer Geschichte, author of 2 novels, Mibritu Muse, and Mahanaim, a book on the Hasidim, Warsaw, 1900, Judas Kitabim Vanawiiten Korov, Warsaw, Hebrew essays on miscellaneous subjects, 11 parts, Warsaw and Breslau, in course of publication. Military service. They look as if they'd enough of me. So I think to myself, as I give a glance at my 2 great top boots, my white trousers, and my shabby green uniform, in which there is no whole part left. I take a bit of looking glass out of my box, and look at my reflection. Yes, the military cap on my head is a beauty, and no mistake, as big as Og King of Bashan, and as bent and crushed as though it had been sat upon for years together. Under the cap appears a small, washed-out face, yellow and weazened, with 2 large black eyes that look at me somewhat wildly. I don't recognize myself. I remember me in a grey jacket, narrow, close-fitting trousers, a round hat, and a healthy complexion. I can't make out where I got those big eyes, why they shine so, why my face should be yellow, and my nose pointed. And yet I know that it is I myself, Chaim Blumin, and no other, that I have been handed over for a soldier, and have to serve only 2 years and 8 months, and not 3 years and 8 months, because I have a certificate to the effect that I have been through the first 4 classes in a secondary school. Though I know quite well that I am to serve only 2 years and 8 months, I feel the same as though it were to be forever. I can't, somehow, believe that my term will some day expire, and I shall once more be free. I have tried from the very beginning not to play any tricks, to do my duty and obey orders, so that they should not say, "A Jew won't work, a Jew is too lazy." Even though I am let off manual labor, because I am on privileged rights, still, if they tell me to go and clean the windows, or polish the flooring with sand, or clear away the snow from the door, I make no fuss and go. I wash and clean and polish, and try to do the work well, so that they should find no fault with me. They haven't yet ordered me to carry pails of water. Why should I not confess it? The idea of having to do that rather frightens me. When I look at the vessel in which the water is carried, my heart begins to flutter. The vessel is almost as big as I am, and I couldn't lift it even if it were empty. I often think, what shall I do, if tomorrow, or the day after, they wake me at 3 o'clock in the morning and say coolly, "Get up, bloomin', and go with Osadchok to fetch a pail of water." You ought to see my neighbor Osadchok. He looks as if he could squash me with one finger. It is as easy for him to carry a pail of water as to drink a glass of brandy. How can I compare myself with him? I don't care if it makes my shoulder swell. If I could only carry the thing, I shouldn't mind about that. But God in heaven knows the truth, that I won't be able to lift the pail off the ground, only they won't believe me. They will say, "Look at the lazy Jew, pretending he is a poor creature that can't lift a pail." There, I mind it more than anything. I don't suppose they will send me to fetch water, for, after all, I am on privileged rights, but I can't sleep in peace. I dream all night that they are waking me at 3 o'clock, and I start up bathed in a cold sweat. Drill does not begin before 8 in the morning, but they wake us at 6, so that we may have time to clean our rifles, polish our boots and leather girdle, brush our coat, and furbish the brass buttons with chalk, so that they should shine like mirrors. I don't mind the getting up early. I am used to rising long before daylight, but I am always worrying lest something shouldn't be properly cleaned, and they should say that a Jew is so lazy, he doesn't care if his things are clean or not, that he's afraid of touching his rifle, and pay me other compliments of the kind. I clean and polish and rub everything all I know, but my rifle always seems in worse condition than the other men's. I can't make it look the same as theirs, do what I will, and the head of my division, a corporal, shouts at me, calls me a greasy fellow, and says he'll have me up before the authorities because I don't take care of my arms. But there is worse than the rifle, and that is the uniform. Mine is years old. I am sure it is older than I am. Every day little pieces fall out of it, and the buttons tear themselves out of the cloth, dragging bits of it after them. I never had a needle in my hand in all my life before, and now I sit whole nights and patch and sew on buttons. And next morning, when the corporal takes hold of a button and gives a pull, to see if it's firmly sewn, a pang goes through my heart, the button is dragged out, and a piece of the uniform follows. Another whole night's work for me. After the inspection, they drive us out into the yard and teach us to stand. It must be done so that our stomachs fall in and our chests stick out. I am half as one ought to be, because my stomach is flat enough anyhow, only my chest is weak and narrow and also flat as a board. The corporal squeezes in my stomach with his knee, pulls me forward by the flaps of the coat, but it's no use. He loses his temper, and calls me greasy fellow, screams again that I am pretending, that I won't serve, and this makes my chest fall in more than ever. I like the gymnastics. In summer we go out early into the yard, which is very wide and covered with thick grass. It smells delightfully, the sun warms us through, it feels so pleasant. The breeze blows from the fields, I open my mouth and swallow the freshness, and however much I swallow, it's not enough. I should like to take in all the air there is. Then, perhaps, I should cough less, and grow a little stronger. We throw off the old uniforms, and remain in our shirts. We run and leap and go through all sorts of performances with our hands and feet, and it's splendid. At home I never had so much as an idea of such fun. At first I was very much afraid of jumping across the ditch, but I resolved once and for all, I've got to jump it. If the worst comes to the worst, I shall fall and bruise myself. Suppose I do? What then? Why do all the others jump it and don't care? One needn't be so very strong to jump. And one day, before the gymnastics had begun, I left my comrades, took heart and a long run, and when I came to the ditch, I made a great bound, and, lo and behold, I was over on the other side. I couldn't believe my own eyes that I had done it so easily. Ever since then I have jumped across ditches, and over mounds, and down from mounds, as well as any of them. Only when it comes to climbing a ladder or swinging myself over a high bar, I know it spells misfortune for me. I spring forward, and seize the first rung with my right hand, but I cannot reach the second with my left. I stretch myself, and kick out with my feet, but I cannot reach any higher, not by so much as a vershock, and so there I hang and kick with my feet, till my right arm begins to tremble and hurt me. My head goes round, and I fall onto the grass. The corporal abuses me as usual, and the soldiers laugh. I would give 10 years of my life to be able to get higher, if only 3 or 4 rungs, but what can I do, if my arms won't serve me? Sometimes I go out to the ladder by myself, while the soldiers are still asleep, and stand and look at it. Perhaps I can think of a way to manage, but in vain. Thinking, you see, doesn't help you in these cases. Sometimes they tell one of the soldiers to stand in the middle of the yard with his back to us, and we have to hop over him. He bends down a little, lowers his head, rests his hands on his knees, and we hop over him one at a time. One takes a good run, and when one comes to him, one places both hands on his shoulders, raises oneself into the air, and, over. I know exactly how it ought to be done. I take the run all right, and plant my hands on his shoulders, only I can't raise myself into the air. And if I do lift myself up a little way, I remain sitting on the soldier's neck, and were it not for his seizing me by the feet, I should fall, and perhaps kill myself. Then the corporal and another soldier take hold of me by the arms and legs, and throw me over the man's head, so that I may see there is nothing dreadful about it, as though I did not jump right over him because I was afraid, while it is that my arms are so weak, I cannot lean upon them and raise myself into the air. But when I say so, they only laugh, and don't believe me. They say, it won't help you, you will have to serve anyhow. When, on the other hand, it comes to theory, the corporal is very pleased with me. He says that except himself no one knows theory as I do. He never questions me now, only when one of the others doesn't know something, he turns to me. Well, bloomin', you tell me. I stand up without hurrying, and am about to answer, but he is apparently not pleased with my way of rising from my seat, and orders me to sit down again. When your superior speaks to you, says he, you ought to jump up as though the seat were hot, and he looks at me angrily, as much as to say, you may know theory, but you'll please to know your manners as well, and treat me with proper respect. Stand up again and answer. I start up as though I felt a prick from a needle, and answer the question as he likes it done, smartly, all in one breath, and word for word according to the book. He, meanwhile, looks at the primer, to make sure I am not leaving anything out, but as he reads very slowly, he cannot catch me up, and when I have got to the end, he is still following with his finger and reading. And when he has finished, he gives me a pleased look, and says enthusiastically right, and tells me to sit down again. Theory, he says, that you do know. Well, begging his pardon, it isn't much to know. And yet there are soldiers who are 4 years over it, and don't know it then. For instance, take my comrade Osadchok. He says that, when it comes to theory, he would rather go and hang or drown himself. He says, he would rather have to carry 3 pails of water than sit down to theory. I tell him, that if he would learn to read, he could study the whole thing by himself in a week, but he won't listen. Nobody, he says, will ever ask my advice. One thing always alarmed me very much, however was I to take part in the maneuvers. I cannot lift a single pud. I myself only weigh 2 pud and 30 pounds, and if I walk 3 versts, my feet hurt, and my heart beats so violently that I think it's going to burst my side. At the maneuvers I should have to carry as much as 50 pounds weight, and perhaps more, a rifle, a cloak, and knapsacks with linen, boots, a uniform, a tent, bread, and onions, and a few other little things, and should have to walk perhaps 30 to 40 versts a day. But when the day and the hour arrived, and the command was given forward, march, when the band struck up, and 2,000 men set their feet in motion, something seemed to draw me forward, and I went. At the beginning I found it hard. I felt weighted to the earth, my left shoulder hurt me so, I nearly fainted. But afterwards I got very hot, I began to breathe rapidly and deeply, my eyes were starting out of my head like 2 cupping glasses, and I not only walked, I ran, so as not to fall behind, and so I ended by marching along with the rest, 40 versts a day. Only I did not sing on the march like the others. First, because I did not feel so very cheerful, and second, because I could not breathe properly, let alone sing. At times I felt burning hot, but immediately afterwards I would grow light, and the marching was easy. I seemed to be carried along rather than to tread the earth, and it appeared to me as though another were marching in my place, only that my left shoulder ached, and I was hot. I remember that once it rained a whole night long. It came down like a deluge. Our tents were soaked through, and grew heavy. The mud was thick. At 3 o'clock in the morning an alarm was sounded. We were ordered to fold up our tents and take to the road again. So off we went. It was dark and slippery. It poured with rain. I was continually stepping into a puddle, and getting my boot full of water. I shivered and shook, and my teeth chattered with cold. That is, I was cold 1 minute and hot the next. But the marching was no difficulty to me. I scarcely felt that I was on the march, and thought very little about it. Indeed, I don't know what I was thinking about. My mind was a blank. We marched, turned back, and marched again. Then we halted for half an hour, and turned back again. And this went on a whole night and a whole day. Then it turned out that there had been a mistake. It was not we who ought to have marched, but another regiment, and we ought not to have moved from the spot. But there was no help for it then. It was night. We had eaten nothing all day. The rain poured down, the mud was ankle deep, there was no straw on which to pitch our tents, but we managed somehow. And so the days passed, each like the other. But I got through the manoeuvres, and was none the worse. Now I am already an old soldier. I have hardly another year and a half to serve, about 16 months. I only hope I shall not be ill. It seems I got a bit of a chill at the manoeuvres. I cough every morning, and sometimes I suffer with my feet. I shiver a little at night till I get warm, and then I am very hot, and I feel very comfortable lying abed. But I shall probably soon be all right again. They say, one may take a rest in the hospital, but I haven't been there yet, and don't want to go at all, especially now I am feeling better. The soldiers are sorry for me, and sometimes they do my work, but not just for love. I get 3 pounds of bread a day, and don't eat more than 1 pound. The rest I give to my comrade Osadchok. He eats it all, and his own as well, and then he could do with some more. In return for this he often cleans my rifle, and sometimes does other work for me, when he sees I have no strength left. I am also teaching him and a few other soldiers to read and write, and they are very pleased. My corporal also comes to me to be taught, but he never gives me a word of thanks. The superior of the platoon, when he isn't drunk, and is in good humor, says you to me instead of thou, and sometimes invites me to share his bed. I can breathe easier there, because there is more air, and I don't cough so much, either. Only it sometimes happens that he comes back from town tipsy, and makes a great to-do. How do I, a common soldier, come to be sitting on his bed? He orders me to get up and stand before him at attention, and declares he will have me up for it. When, however, he has sobered down, he turns kind again, and calls me to him. He likes me to tell him stories out of books. Sometimes the orderly calls me into the orderly room, and gives me a report to draw up, or else a list or a calculation to make. He himself writes badly, and is very poor at figures. I do everything he wants, and he is very glad of my help, only it wouldn't do for him to confess to it, and when I have finished, he always says to me, if the commanding officer is not satisfied, he will send you to fetch water. I know it isn't true, first, because the commanding officer mustn't know that I write in the orderly room. A Jew can't be an army secretary. Secondly, because he is certain to be satisfied. He once gave me a note to write himself, and was very pleased with it. If you were not a Jew, he said to me then, I should make a corporal of you. Still, my corporal always repeats his threat about the water, so that I may preserve a proper respect for him, although I not only respect him, I tremble before his size. When he comes back tipsy from town, and finds me in the orderly room, he commands me to drag his muddy boots off his feet, and I obey him and drag off his boots. Sometimes I don't care, and other times it hurts my feelings. Isaiah Berzhadsky. Pen name of Isaiah Demashkitsky, born 1871, near Direction, Government of Grodno, Lithuania, White Russia, died 1909, in Warsaw. Education, Jewish and secular, teacher of Hebrew in Ekaterinoslav, Southern Russia, in business, in Ekaterinoslav and Baku, editor, in 1903, of Haziman, first in St. Petersburg, then in Wilna, after a short sojourn in Riga removed to Warsaw, writer of novels and short stories, almost exclusively in Hebrew, contributor to Harmonies, Harshiloa, and other periodicals. Pen names besides Berzhadsky, Bershadi, and Shimoni, collected works in Hebrew, Tifuzim, Warsaw, 1899, and Kitabim Maharonim, Warsaw, 1909. Forlorn and forsaken. Forlorn and forsaken she was in her last years. Even when she lay on a bed of sickness where she died, not one of her relations or friends came to look after her. They did not even come to mourn for her or accompany her to the grave. There was not even one of her kin to say the first Kaddish over her resting place. My wife and I were the only friends she had at the close of her life. No one but us cared for her while she was ill, or walked behind her coffin. The only tears shed at the lonely old woman's grave were ours. I spoke the only Kaddish for her soul, but we, after all, were complete strangers to her. Yes, we were strangers to her, and she was a stranger to us. We made her acquaintance only a few years before her death, when she was living in 2 tiny rooms opposite the first house we settled in after our marriage. Nobody ever came to see her, and she herself visited nowhere, except at the little store where she made her necessary purchases, and at the house of study nearby, where she prayed twice every day. She was about 60, rather undersized, and very thin, but more lithesome in her movements than is common at that age. Her face was full of creases and wrinkles, and her light brown eyes were somewhat dulled, but her ready smile and quiet glance told of a good heart and a kindly temper. Her simple old gown was always neat, her wig tastefully arranged, her lodging and its furniture clean and tidy, and all this attracted us to her from the first day onward. We were still more taken with her retiring manner, the quiet way in which she kept herself in the background and the slight melancholy of her expression, telling of a life that had held much sadness. We made advances. She was very willing to become acquainted with us, and it was not very long before she was like a mother to us, or an old aunt. My wife was then an inexperienced house mistress fresh to her duties, and found a great help in the old woman, who smilingly taught her how to proceed with the housekeeping. When our first child was born, she took it to her heart, and busied herself with its upbringing almost more than the young mother. It was evident that dandling the child in her arms was a joy to her beyond words. At such moments her eyes would brighten, her wrinkles grew faint, a curiously satisfied smile played round her lips, and a new note of joy came into her voice. At first sight all this seemed quite simple, because a woman is naturally inclined to care for little children, and it may have been so with her to an exceptional degree, but closer examination convinced me that here lay yet another reason. Her attentions to the child, so it seemed, awakened pleasant memories of the long ago past, when she herself was a young mother caring for children of her own, and looking at this strange child had stirred a longing for those other children, further from her eyes, but nearer to her heart, although perhaps quite unknown to her, who perhaps existed only in her imagination. And when we were made acquainted with the details of her life, we knew our conjectures to be true. Her history was very simple and commonplace, but very tragic. Perhaps the tragedy of such biographies lies in their being so very ordinary and simple. She lived quietly and happily with her husband for 20 years after their marriage. They were not rich, but their little house was a kingdom of delight, where no good thing was wanting. Their business was farming land that belonged to a Polish nobleman, a business that knows of good times and of bad, of fat years and lean years, years of high prices and years of low. But on the whole it was a good business and profitable, and it afforded them a comfortable living. Besides, they were used to the country, they could not fancy themselves anywhere else. The very thing that had never entered their head is just what happened. In the beginning of the 80s they were obliged to leave the estate they had farmed for 10 years, because the lease was up, and the recently promulgated temporary laws forbade them to renew it. This was bad for them from a material point of view, because it left them without regular income just when their children were growing up and expenses had increased, but their mental distress was so great, that, for the time, the financial side of the misfortune was thrown into the shade. When we made her acquaintance, many years had passed since then, many another trouble had come into her life, but one could hear tears in her voice while she told the story of that first misfortune. It was a bitter to show both for them when they left the house, the gardens, the barns, and the stores, their whole life, all those things concerning which they had forgotten, and their children had hardly known, that they were not their own possession. Their town surroundings made them more conscious of their altered circumstances. She herself, the elder children oftener still, had been used to drive into the town now and again, but that was on pleasure trips, which had lasted a day or two at most. They had never tried staying there longer, and it was no wonder if they felt cramped and oppressed in town after their free life in the open. When they first settled there, they had a capital of about 10,000 rubles, but by reason of inexperience in their new occupation they were worsted in competition with others, and a few turns of bad luck brought them almost to ruin. The capital grew less from year to year, everything they took up was more of a struggle than the last venture. Poverty came nearer and nearer, and the father of the family began to show signs of illness, brought on by town life and worry. This, of course, made their material position worse, and the knowledge of it reacted disastrously on his health. 3 years after he came to town, he died, and she was left with 6 children and no means of subsistence. Already during her husband's life they had exchanged their first lodging for a second, a poorer and cheaper one, and after his death they moved into a third, meaner and narrower still, and sold their precious furniture, for which, indeed, there was no place in the new existence. But even so the question of bread and meat was not answered. They still had about 600 rubles, but, as they were without a trade, it was easy to foresee that the little stock of money would dwindle day by day till there was none of it left, and what then? The eldest son, Yosef, aged 21, had gone from home a year before his father's death, to seek his fortune elsewhere, but his first letters brought no very good news, and now the second, Avrohom, a lad of 18, and the daughter Rochel, who was 16, declared their intention to start for America. The mother was against it, begged them with tears not to go, but they did not listen to her. Parting with them, forever most likely, was bad enough in itself, but worst of all was the thought that her children, for whose Jewish education their father had never grudged money even when times were hardest, should go to America, and there, forgetting everything they had learned, become Gans Goyim. She was quite sure that her husband would never have agreed to his children's being thus scattered abroad, and this encouraged her to oppose their will with more determination. She urged them to wait at least till their elder brother had achieved some measure of success, and could help them. She held out this hope to them, because she believed in her son Yosef and his capacity, and was convinced that in a little time he would become their support. If only Avrohom and Rochel had not been so impatient, she would lament to us, everything would have turned out differently. They would not have been bustled off to the end of creation, and she would not have been left so lonely in her last years, but it had apparently been so ordained. Avrohom and Rochel agreed to defer the journey, but when some months had passed, and Yosef was still wandering from town to town, finding no rest for the sole of his foot, she had to give in to her children and let them go. They took with them 200 rubles and sailed for America, and with the remaining 300 rubles she opened a tiny shop. Her expenses were not great now, as only the 3 younger children were left her, but the shop was not sufficient to support even these. The stock grew smaller month by month, there never being anything over wherewith to replenish it, and there was no escaping the fact that one day soon the shop would remain empty. And as if this were not enough, there came bad news from the children in America. They did not complain much, on the contrary, they wrote most hopefully about the future, when their position would certainly, so they said, improve, but the mother's heart was not to be deceived, and she felt instinctively that meanwhile they were doing anything but well, while later, who could foresee what would happen later? One day she got a letter from Yosef, who wrote that, convinced of the impossibility of earning a livelihood within the Pale, he was about to make use of an opportunity that offered itself, and settle in a distant town outside of it. This made her very sad, and she wept over her fate, to have a son living in a Gentile city, where there were hardly any Jews at all. And the next letter from America added sorrow to sorrow. Avrohom and Rochel had parted company, and were living in different towns. She could not bear the thought of her young daughter fending for herself among strangers, a thought that tortured her all the more as she had a peculiar idea of America. She herself could not account for the terror that would seize her whenever she remembered that strange, distant life. But the worst was nearly over, the turn for the better came soon. She received word from Yosef that he had found a good position in his new home, and in a few weeks he proved his letter true by sending her money. From America, too, the news that came was more cheerful, even joyous. Avrohom had secured steady work with good pay, and before long he wrote for his younger brother to join him in America, and provided him with all the funds he needed for traveling expenses. Rochel had engaged herself to a young man, whose praises she sounded in her letters. Soon after her wedding, she sent money to bring over another brother, and her husband added a few lines, in which he spoke of his great love for his new relations, and how he looked forward with impatience to having one of them, his dear brother-in-law, come to live with him. This was good and cheering news, and it all came within a year's time, but the mother's heart grieved over it more than it rejoiced. The delight at her daughter's marriage with a good man she loved was anything but unmixed. Melancholy thoughts blended with it, whether she would or not. The occasion was one which a mother's fancy had painted in rainbow colors, on the preparations for which it had dwelt with untold pleasure, and now she had had no share in it at all, and her heart writhed under the disappointment. To make her still sadder, she was obliged to part with 2 more children. She tried to prevent their going, but they had long ago set their hearts on following their brother and sister to America, and the recent letters had made them more anxious to be off. So they started, and there remained only the youngest daughter, Rivka, a girl of 13. Their position was materially not a bad one, for every now and then the old woman received help from her children in America and from her son Yosef, so that she was not even obliged to keep up the shop, but the mother in her was not satisfied, because she wanted to see her children's happiness with her own eyes. The good news that continued to arrive at intervals brought pain as well as pleasure, by reminding her how much less fortunate she was than other mothers, who were counted worthy to live together with their children, and not at a distance from them like her. The idea that she should go out to those of them who were in America never occurred to her, or to them, either. But Yosef, who had taken a wife in his new town, and who, soon after, had set up for himself, and was doing very well, now sent for his mother and little sister to come and live with him. At first the mother was unwilling, fearing that she might be in the way of her daughter-in-law, and thus disturb the household peace. Even later, when she had assured herself that the young wife was very kind, and there was nothing to be afraid of, she could not make up her mind to go, even though she longed to be with Yosef, her oldest son, who had always been her favorite, and however much she desired to see his wife and her little grandchildren. Why she would not fulfill his wish and her own, she herself was not clearly conscious, but she shrank from the strange fashion of the life they led, and she never ceased to hope, deep down in her heart, that some day they would come back to her. And this especially with regard to Yosef, who sometimes complained in his letters that his situation was anything but secure, because the smallest circumstance might bring about an edict of expulsion. She quite understood that her son would consider this a very bad thing, but she herself looked at it with other eyes. Round about here, too, were people who made a comfortable living, and Yosef was no worse than others, that he should not do the same. 6 or 7 years passed in this way. The youngest daughter was 20, and it was time to think of a match for her. Her mother felt sure that Yosef would provide the dowry, but she thought best Rivka and her brother should see each other, and she consented readily to let Rivka go to him, when Yosef invited her to spend several months as his guest. No sooner had she gone, than the mother realized what it meant, this parting with her youngest and, for the last years, her only child. She was filled with regret at not having gone with her, and waited impatiently for her return. Suddenly she heard that Rivka had found favor with a friend of Yosef's, the son of a well-to-do merchant, and that Rivka and her brother were equally pleased with him. The two were already engaged, and the wedding was only deferred till she, the mother, should come and take up her abode with them for good. The longing to see her daughter overcame all her doubts. She resolved to go to her son, and began preparations for the start. These were just completed, when there came a letter from Yosef to say that the situation had taken a sudden turn for the worse, and he and his family might have to leave their town. This sudden news was distressing and welcome at one and the same time. She was anxious lest the edict of expulsion should harm her son's position, and pleased, on the other hand, that he should at last be coming back, for God would not forsake him here, either. What with the fortune he had, and his aptitude for trade, he would make a living right enough. She waited anxiously, and in a few months had gone through all the mental suffering inherent in a state of uncertainty such as hers, when fear and hope are twined in one. The waiting was the harder to bear at all this time. No letter from Yosef or Rivka reached her promptly. And the end of it all was this: news came that the danger was over, and Yosef would remain where he was, but as far as she was concerned, it was best she should do likewise, because trailing about at her age was a serious thing, and it was not worthwhile her running into danger, and so on. The old woman was full of grief at remaining thus forlorn in her old age, and she longed more than ever for her children after having hoped so surely that she would be with them soon. She could not understand Yosef's reason for suddenly changing his mind with regard to her coming, but it never occurred to her for 1 minute to doubt her children's affection. And we, when we had read the treasured bundle of letters from Yosef and Rivka, we could not doubt it, either. There was love and longing for the distant mother in every line, and several of the letters betrayed a spirit of bitterness, a note of complaining resentment against the hard times that had brought about the separation from her. And yet we could not help thinking, out of sight, out of mind, that which is far from the eyes, weighs lighter at the heart. It was the only explanation we could invent, for why, otherwise, should the mother have to remain alone amongst strangers? All these considerations moved me to interfere in the matter without the old woman's knowledge. She could read Yiddish, but could not write it, and before we made friends, her letters to the children were written by a shopkeeper of her acquaintance. But from the time we got to know her, I became her constant secretary, and one day, when writing to Yosef for her, I made use of the opportunity to enclose a letter from myself. I asked his forgiveness for mixing myself up in another's family affairs, and tried to justify the interference by dwelling on our affectionate relations with his mother. I then described, in the most touching words at my command, how hard it was for her to live forlorn, how she pined for the presence of her children and grandchildren, and ended by telling them that it was their duty to free their mother from all this mental suffering. There was no direct reply to this letter of mine, but the next one from the son to his mother gave her to understand that there are certain things not to be explained, while the impossibility of explaining them may lead to a misunderstanding. This hint made the position no clearer to us, and the fact of Yosef's not answering me confirmed us in our previous suspicions. Meanwhile our old friend fell ill, and quickly understood that she would soon die. Among the things she begged me to do after her death and having reference to her burial, there was one particular petition several times repeated, to send a packet of Hebrew books, which had been left by her husband, to her son Yosef, and to inform him of her death by telegram. My American children, she explained with a sigh, have certainly forgotten everything they once learned, forgotten all their Jewishness. But my son Yosef is a different sort. I feel sure of him, that he will say Kaddish after me and read a chapter in the Mishnah, and the books will come in useful for his children, grandmother's legacy to them. When I fulfilled the old woman's last wish, I learned how mistaken she had been. The answer to my letter written during her lifetime came now that she was dead. Her children thanked us warmly for our care of her, and they also explained why she and they had remained apart. She had never known, and it was far better so, by what means her son had obtained the right to live outside the pale. It was enough that she should have to live forlorn, where would have been the good of her knowing that she was forsaken as well, that the one of her children who had gone altogether over to them was Yosef. Tashrak. Pen name of Israel Joseph Zevin, born, 1872, in Gorky, government of Mohilv, Lithuania, White Russia, came to New York in 1889, first Yiddish sketch published in Judas's Tageblatt, 1893, first English story in the American Hebrew, 1906, associate editor of Judas's Tageblatt, writer of sketches, short stories, and biographies, in Hebrew, Yiddish, and English, contributor to Hieger, Jewish Comment, and numerous Yiddish periodicals, collected works, Jekleibin Schriften, 1 volume, New York, 1910, and Tashrak's Besthörselungen, 4 vols, New York, 1910. The Hole in a Beigel. When I was a little cheddar boy, my Rebbe, Bnembrinshitz, a learned man, who was always tormenting me with Talmudical questions and with riddles, once asked me, what becomes of the hole in a beigel, when one has eaten a beigel? This riddle, which seemed to me then very hard to solve, stuck in my head, and I puzzled over it day and night. I often bought a beigel, took a bite out of it, and immediately replaced the bitten out piece with my hand, so that the hole should not escape. But when I had eaten up the beigel, The hole had somehow always disappeared, which used to annoy me very much. I went about preoccupied, thought it over at prayers and at lessons, till the Rebbe noticed that something was wrong with me. At home, too, they remarked that I had lost my appetite, that I ate nothing but beigel for breakfast, beigel for dinner, beigel for supper, beigel all day long. They also observed that I ate it to the accompaniment of strange gestures and contortions of both my mouth and my hands. One day I summoned all my courage, and asked the Rebbe, in the middle of a lesson on the Pentateuch, "Rebbe, when one has eaten a beigel, what becomes of the whole?" "Why, you little silly," answered the Rebbe, "what is a hole in a beigel? Just nothing at all. A bit of emptiness. It's nothing with a beigel and nothing without a beigel." Many years have passed since then, and I have not yet been able to satisfy myself as to what is the object of a hole in a beigel. I have considered whether one could not have beigels without holes. One lives and learns. And America has taught me this. One can have beigels without holes, for I saw them in a dairy shop in East Broadway. I at once recited the appropriate blessing, and then I asked the shopman about these beigels, and heard a most interesting history, which shows how difficult it is to get people to accept anything new, and what sacrifices it costs to introduce the smallest reform. This is the story. A baker in an Illinois city took it into his head to make straight beigels, in the shape of candles. But this reform cost him dear, because the united owners of the bakeries in that city immediately made a set at him and boycotted him. They argued, "Our fathers' fathers baked beigels with holes. The whole world eats beigels with holes, and here comes a bold coxcomb of a fellow, upsets the order of the universe, and bakes beigels without holes. Have you ever heard of such impertinence? It's just revolution. And if a person like this is allowed to go on, he will make an end of everything. Today it's beigels without holes. Tomorrow it will be holes without beigels. Such a thing has never been known before." And because of the hole in a beigel, a storm broke out in that city that grew presently into a civil war. The bosses fought on, and dragged the Bakers' Hands Union after them into the conflict. Now the union contained two parties, of which one declared that a hole and a beigel constituted together a private affair, like religion, and that everyone had a right to bake beigels as he thought best, and according to his conscience. The other party maintained that to sell beigels without holes was against the Constitution, to which the first party replied that the Constitution should be altered, as being too ancient, and contrary to the spirit of the times. At this the second party raised a clamour, crying that the rules could not be altered, because they were translation, and every letter, every stroke, every dot was a law in itself. The city papers were obliged to publish daily accounts of the meetings that were held to discuss the hole in a beigel, and the papers also took sides, and wrote fiery polemical articles on the subject. The quarrel spread through the city, until all the inhabitants were divided into two parties, the beigel with a hole party and the beigel without a hole party. Children rose against their parents, wives against their husbands, engaged couples severed their ties, families were broken up, and still the battle raged, and all on account of the hole in a beigel. As the years roll on, Rosalie laid down the cloth with which she had been dusting the furniture in her front parlour, and began tapping the velvet covering of the sofa with her fingers. The velvet had worn threadbare in places, and there was a great rent in the middle. Had the rent been at one of the ends, it could have been covered with a cushion, but there it was, by bad luck, in the very centre, and making a shameless display of itself. "Look, here I am. See what a rent." Yesterday she and her husband had invited company. The company had brought children, and you never have children in the house without having them leave some mischief behind them. Today the sun was shining more brightly than ever, and lighting up the whole room. Rosalie took the opportunity to inspect her entire set of furniture. 8 years ago, When she was given the set at her marriage, how happy she had been. Everything was so fresh and new. She had noticed before that the velvet was getting worn, and the polish of the chairs disappearing, and the seats losing their spring, but today all this struck her more than formerly. The holes, the rents, the damaged places, stared before them with such malicious mockery, like a poor man laughing at his own evil plight. Rosalie felt a painful melancholy steal over her. Now she could not but see that her furniture was old, that she would soon be ashamed to invite people into her parlour. And her husband will be in no hurry to present her with a new one, he has grown so parsimonious of late. She replaced the holland coverings of the sofa and chairs, and went out to do her bedroom. There, on a chair, lay her best dress, the one she had put on yesterday for her guests. She considered the dress, that, too, was frayed in places, here and there even drawn together and sewn over. The bodice was beyond ironing out again, and this was her best dress. She opened the wardrobe, for she wanted to make a general survey of her belongings. It was such a light day, one could see even in the back rooms. She took down one dress after another, and laid them out on the made beds, observing each with a critical eye. Her sense of depression increased the while, and she felt as though stone on stone were being piled upon her heart. She began to put the clothes back into the wardrobe, and she hung up every one of them with a sigh. When she had finished with the bedroom, she went into the dining room, and stood by the sideboard on which were set out her best china service and coloured plates. She looked them over. One little gold-rimmed cup had lost its handle, a bowl had a piece glued in at the side. On the top shelf stood the statuette of a little god with a broken bow and arrow in his hand, and here there was one little goblet missing out of a whole service. As soon as everything was in order, Rosalie washed her face and hands, combed up her hair, and began to look at herself in a little hand glass, but the bathroom, to which she had retired, was dark, and she betook herself back into the front parlour, towel in hand, where she could see herself in the big looking-glass on the wall. Time, which had left traces on the furniture, on the contents of the wardrobe, and on the china, had not spared the woman, though she had been married only 8 years. She looked at the crow's feet by her eyes, and the lines in her forehead, which the worrying thoughts of this day had imprinted there even more sharply than usual. She tried to smile, but the smile in the glass looked no more attractive than if she had given her mouth a twist. She remembered that the only way to remain young is to keep free from care. But how is one to set about it? She threw on a scarlet Japanese kimono, and stuck an artificial flower into her hair, after which she lightly powdered her face and neck. The scarlet kimono lent a little colour to her cheeks, and another critical glance at the mirror convinced her that she was still a comely woman, only no more a young one. The bloom of youth had fled, never to return. Verfallen. And the desire to live was stronger than ever, even to live her life over again from the beginning, sorrows and all. She began to reflect what she should cook for supper. There was time enough, but she must think of something new. Her husband was tired of her usual dishes. He said her cooking was old-fashioned, that it was always the same thing, day in and day out. His taste was evidently getting worn out, too. And she wondered what she could prepare, so as to win back her husband's former good temper and affectionate appreciation. At one time he was an ardent young man, with a fiery tongue. He had great ideals, and he strove high. He talked of making mankind happy, more refined, more noble and free. He had dreamt of a world without tears and troubles, of a time when men should live as brothers, and jealousy and hatred should be unknown. In those days he loved with all the warmth of his youth, and when he talked of love, it was a delight to listen. The world grew to have another face for her then, life, another significance. Paradise was situated on the earth. Gradually his ideals lost their freshness, their shine wore off, and he became a businessman, racking his brain with speculations, trying to grow rich without the necessary qualities and capabilities, and he was left at last with prematurely grey hair as the only result of his efforts. 8 years after their marriage he was as worn as their furniture in the front parlor. Rosalie looked out of the window. It was even much brighter outside than indoors. She saw people going up and down the street with different anxieties reflected in their faces, with wrinkles telling different histories of the cares of life. She saw old faces, and the young faces of those who seemed to have tasted of age ere they reached it. "Everything is old and worn and shabby," whispered a voice in her ear. A burst of childish laughter broke upon her meditations. Round the corner came with a rush a lot of little boys with books under their arms, their faces full of the zest of life, and dancing and jumping till the whole street seemed to be jumping and dancing, too. Elder people turned smilingly aside to make way for them. Among the children Rosalie espied 2 little girls, also with books under their arms, her little girls. And the mother's heart suddenly brimmed with joy. A delicious warmth stole into her limbs and filled her being. Rosalie went to the door to meet her 2 children on their return from school, and when she had given each little face a motherly kiss, she felt a breath of freshness and new life blowing round her. She took off their cloaks, and listened to their childish prattle about their teachers and the day's lessons. The clear voices rang through the rooms, awaking sympathetic echoes in every corner. The home wore a new aspect, and the sun shone even more brightly than before and in more friendly, kindly fashion. The mother spread a little cloth at the edge of the table, gave them milk and sandwiches, and looked at them as they ate, each child a picture of the mother, her eyes, her hair, her nose, her look, her gestures. They ate just as she would do. And Rosalie feels much better and happier. She doesn't care so much now about the furniture being old, the dresses worn, the china service not being whole, about the wrinkles round her eyes and in her forehead. She only minds about her husband's being so worn out, so absent-minded that he cannot take pleasure in the children as she can. David Pinsky. Born, 1872, in Mohilv, Lithuania, White Russia. Refused admission to gymnasium in Moscow under percentage restrictions, 1889 to 1891, secretary to Bnei Zion in Vitebsk, 1891 to 1893, student in Vienna, 1893, co-editor of Spector's Hausfreund and Perez's Yomt auf Blattelch, 1893, first sketch published in New York Arbiter Zeitung, 1896. Studied philosophy in Berlin, 1899, came to New York, and edited Das Abendblatt, a daily, and Der Arbiter, a weekly, 1912, founder and co-editor of Die Yiddish Wochenschrift, author of short stories, sketches, an essay on the Yiddish drama, and 10 dramas, among them Yesurun, Isik Siftel, Die Mutter, Die Femniswe, Der Reutzer, Der Rebidja Judd, first part of a series of Messiah dramas, Der Stamme Moschiach, etc. 1 volume of collected dramas, Dramen, Warsaw, 1909. Reb Shlomo. The 70-year-old Reb Shlomo's son, whose home was in the country, sent his 2 boys to live with their grandfather and acquire town, that is, Gentile, learning. Times have changed, considered Reb Shlomo, it can't be helped. And he engaged a good teacher for the children, after making inquiries here and there. Give me a teacher who can tell the whole of their law, as the saying goes, standing on one leg, he would say to his friends, with a smile. At 71 years of age, Reb Shlomo lived more indoors than out, and he used to listen to the teacher instructing his grandchildren. I shall become a doctor in my old age, he would say, laughing. The teacher was one day telling his pupils about mathematical geography. Reb Shlomo sat with a smile on his lips, and laughing in his heart at the little teacher who told such huge lies with so much earnestness. The earth revolves, said the teacher to his pupils, and Reb Shlomo smiles, and thinks, he must have seen it. But the teacher shows it to be so by the light of reason, and Reb Shlomo becomes graver, and ceases smiling. He is endeavoring to grasp the proofs. He wants to ask questions, but can find none that will do. and he sits there as if he had lost his tongue. The teacher has noticed his grave look, and understands that the old man is interested in the lesson, and he begins to tell of even greater wonders. He tells how far the sun is from the earth, how big it is, how many earths could be made out of it, and Reb Shlomo begins to smile again, and at last can bear it no longer. "Look here," he exclaimed, "that I cannot and will not listen to. You may tell me the earth revolves. Well, be it so. Very well, I'll allow you that, perhaps, according to reason, even, the size of the earth, the appearance of the earth, do you see ? All that sort of thing. But the sun? Who has measured the sun? Who, I ask you? Have you been on it? A pretty thing to say, upon my word." Reb Shlomo grew very excited. The teacher took hold of Reb Shlomo's hand, and began to quiet him. He told him by what means the astronomers had discovered all this, that it was no matter of speculation. He explained the telescope to him, and talked of mathematical calculations, which he, Reb Shlomo, was not able to understand. Reb Shlomo had nothing to answer, but he frowned and remained obstinate. He said, and made a contemptuous motion with his hand, "It's nothing to me," not knowing that or being able to understand it. Science, indeed. Fiddlesticks. He relapsed into silence, and went on listening to the teacher's stories. "We even know," the teacher continued, "what metals are to be found in the sun. And suppose I won't believe you?" And Reb Shlomo smiled maliciously. "I will explain directly," answered the teacher. "And tell us there's a fair in the sky," interrupted Reb Shlomo, impatiently. He was very angry, but the teacher took no notice of his anger. 200 years ago, began the teacher, there lived, in England, a celebrated naturalist and mathematician, Isaac Newton. It was told of him that when God said, "Let there be light," Newton was born. PSH. I should think, very likely. Broke in Reb Shlomo. "Why not?" The teacher pursued his way, and gave an explanation of spectral analysis. He spoke at some length, and Reb Shlomo sat and listened with close attention. "Now do you understand?" asked the teacher, coming to an end. Reb Shlomo made no reply. He only looked up from under his brows. The teacher went on. "The earth," he said, "has stood for many years. Their exact number is not known, but calculation brings it to several million." "Circumflex," burst in the old man, "I should like to know what next. I thought everyone knew that even they." "Wait a bit, Reb Shlomo," interrupted the teacher, "I will explain directly." "Ma, it makes me sick to hear you," was the irate reply, and Reb Shlomo got up and left the room. All that day Reb Shlomo was in a bad temper, and went about with knitted brows. He was angry with science, with the teacher, with himself, because he must needs have listened to it all. Chatter and foolishness. And there I sit and listen to it, he said to himself with chagrin. But he remembered the chatter. Something begins to weigh on his heart and brain. He would like to find a something to catch hold of, a proof of the vanity and emptiness of their teaching, to invent some hard question, and stick out a long red tongue at them all, those nowadays barbarians, those nowadays Newtons. After all, it's mere child's play, he reflects. It's ridiculous to take their nonsense to heart. Only they're proofs, and the feeling of helplessness comes over him once more. Ma. He pulls himself together. Is it all over with us? Is it all up? All up? The earth revolves. Gammon. As to their explanations, very wonderful, to be sure. Oh, of course, it's all of the greatest importance. Dear me, yes. He is very angry, tears the buttons off his coat, puts his hat straight on his head, and spits. Apostates, nothing but apostates nowadays, he concludes. Then he remembers the teacher, with what enthusiasm he spoke. His explanations ring in Reb Shlomo's head, and prove things, and once more the old gentleman is perplexed. Preoccupied, cross, with groans and sighs, he went to bed. but he was restless all night, turning from one side to the other, and groaning. His old wife tried to cheer him. "Such weather as it is today," she said, and coughed. "I have a pain in the side, too." Next morning when the teacher came, Reb Shlomo inquired with a displeased expression. "Well, are you going to tell stories again today?" "We shall not take geography today," answered the teacher. "Have your astronomers found out by calculation on which days we may learn geography?" asked Reb Shlomo, with malicious irony. "No, that's a discovery of mine." And the teacher smiled. "And when have your astronomers decreed the study of geography?" persisted Reb Shlomo. "Tomorrow." "Tomorrow," he repeated crossly, and left the room, missing a lesson for the first time. Next day the teacher explained the eclipses of the sun and moon to his pupils. Reb Shlomo sat with his chair drawn up to the table, and listened without a movement. "It is all so exact," the teacher wound up his explanation, "that the astronomers are able to calculate to a minute when there will be an eclipse, and have never yet made a mistake." At these last words Reb Shlomo nodded in a knowing way, and looked at the pupils as much as to say, "You ask me about that." The teacher went on to tell of comets, planets, and other suns. Reb Shlomo snorted, and was continually interrupting the teacher with exclamations. "If you don't believe me, go and measure for yourself. If it is not so, call me a liar, just so, within 1 yard of it." Reb Shlomo repaid his Jewish education with interest. There were not many learned men in the town like Reb Shlomo. The rabbis without flattery called him a full basket, and Reb Shlomo could not picture to himself the existence of sciences other than Jewish, and when at last he did picture it, he would not allow that they were right, and falsified and right. He was so far intelligent, he had received a so far enlightened education, that he could understand how among non-Jews also there are great men. He would even have laughed at anyone who had maintained the contrary. But that among non-Jews there should be men as great as any Jewish ones, that he did not believe! Let alone, of course, still greater ones. And now, little by little, Reb Shlomo began to believe that their learning was not altogether insignificant, for he, the full basket, was not finding it any too easy to master. And what he had to deal with were not empty speculations, unfounded opinions. No, here were mathematical computations, demonstrations which almost anyone can test for himself, which impressed themselves on the mind. And Reb Shlomo was vexed in his soul. He endeavored to cling to his old thoughts, his old conceptions. He so wished to cry out upon the clear reasoning, the simple explanations, with the phrases that are on the lips of every ignorant obstructionist. And yet he felt that he was unjust, and he gave up disputing with the teacher, as he paid close attention to the latter's demonstrations. And the teacher would say quite simply, "One can measure," he would say, "why not? Only it takes a lot of learning." When the teacher was at the door, Reb Shlomo stayed him with a question. Then, he asked angrily, "The whole of your learning is nothing but astronomy and geography?" "Oh, no," said the teacher, "there's a lot besides, a lot." "For instance?" "Do you want me to tell you standing on one leg?" "Well, yes, on one leg," he answered impatiently, as though in anger. "But one can't tell you on one leg," said the teacher. "If you like, I shall come on Sabbath, and we can have a chat." "Sabbath," repeated Reb Shlomo in a dissatisfied tone. "Sabbath, because I can't come at any other time," said the teacher. "Then let it be Sabbath," said Reb Shlomo, reflectively. But soon after dinner, he called after the teacher, who was already outside the door. "And everything else is as right as your astronomy?" he shouted, when the teacher had already gone a little way. "You will see." And the teacher smiled. Never in his whole life had Reb Shlomo waited for a Sabbath as he waited for this one, and the 2 days that came before it seemed very long to him. He never relaxed his frown, or showed a cheerful face the whole time. And he was often seen, during those 2 days, to lift his hands to his forehead. He went about as though there lay upon him a heavy weight, which he wanted to throw off, or as if he had a very disagreeable bit of business before him, and wished he could get it over. On Sabbath he could hardly wait for the teacher's appearance. You wanted a lot of asking, he said to him reproachfully. The old lady went to take her nap, the grandchildren to their play, and Reb Shlomo took the snuff-box between his fingers, leant against the back of the grandfather's chair in which he was sitting, and listened with close attention to the teacher's words. The teacher talked a long time, mentioned the names of sciences, and explained their meaning, and Reb Shlomo repeated each explanation in brief. Physics, then, is a science of, that means, then, that we have here, that physiology explains. The teacher would help him, and then immediately begin to talk of another branch of science. By the time the old lady woke up, the teacher had given examples of anatomy, physiology, physics, chemistry, zoology, and sociology. It was quite late, people were coming back from the afternoon service, and those who do not smoke on Sabbath, raised their eyes to the sky. But Reb Shlomo had forgotten in what sort of world he was living. He sat with wrinkled forehead and drawn brows, listening attentively, seeing nothing before him but the teacher's face, only catching up his every word. "You are still talking?" asked the old lady, in astonishment, rubbing her eyes. Reb Shlomo turned his head toward his wife with a dazed look, as though wondering what she meant by her question. Oh, said the old lady, you only laugh at us women. Reb Shlomo drew his brows closer together, wrinkled his forehead still more, and once more fastened his eyes on the teacher's lips. "It will soon be time to light the fire," muttered the old lady. The teacher glanced at the clock. "It's late," he said. "I should think it was," broke in the old lady. "Why I was allowed to sleep so long, I'm sure I don't know. People get to talking and even forget about tea." Reb Shlomo gave a look out of the window. "Oh, what?" he exclaimed, somewhat vexed. "They are already coming out of shul. The service is over. What a thing it is to sit talking. Oh, what?" He sprang from his seat, gave the pane a rub with his hand, and began to recite the afternoon prayer. The teacher put on his things, but wait. Reb Shlomo signed to him with his hand. Reb Shlomo finished reciting in sense. "When shall you teach the children all that?" he asked then, looking into the prayer book with a scowl. "Not for a long time, not so quickly," answered the teacher. "The children cannot understand everything." "I should think not, anything so wonderful," replied Reb Shlomo, ironically, gazing at the prayer book and beginning Happy Hour. He swallowed the prayers as he said them, half of every word. No matter how he wrinkled his forehead, he could not expel the stranger thoughts from his brain, and fix his attention on the prayers. After the service, he tried taking up a book, but it was no good. His head was a jumble of all the new sciences. By means of the little he had just learned, he wanted to understand and know everything, to fashion a whole body out of a single hair, and he thought, and thought, and thought. Sunday, when the teacher came, Reb Shlomo told him that he wished to have a little talk with him. Meantime he sat down to listen. The hour during which the teacher taught the children was too long for him, and he scarcely took his eyes off the clock. "Do you want another pupil?" he asked the teacher, stepping with him into his own room. He felt as though he were getting red, and he made a very angry face. "Why not?" answered the teacher, looking hard into Reb Shlomo's face. Reb Shlomo looked at the floor, his brows, as was usual with him in those days, drawn together. "You understand me, a pupil," he stammered. "You understand, not a little boy, a pupil, an elderly man, you understand, quite another sort." Well, we shall see," answered the teacher, smiling. "I mean myself," he snapped out with great displeasure, as if he had been forced to confess some very evil deed. "Well, I have sinned. What do you want of me?" "Oh, but I should be delighted," and the teacher smiled. "I always said I meant to be a doctor," said Reb Shlomo, trying to joke. but his features contracted again directly, and he began to talk about the terms, and it was arranged that every day for an hour and a half the teacher should read to him and explain the sciences. To begin with, Reb Shlomo chose physiology, sociology, and mathematical geography. Days, weeks, and months have gone by, and Reb Shlomo has become depressed, very depressed. He does not sleep at night, he has lost his appetite, doesn't care to talk to people. Bad, bitter thoughts oppress him. For 70 years he had not only known nothing, but, on the contrary, he had known everything wrong, understood head downwards. And it seemed to him that if he had known in his youth what he knew now, he would have lived differently, that his years would have been useful to others. He could find no stain on his life, it was one long record of deeds of charity, but they appeared to him now so insignificant, so useless, and some of them even mischievous. Looking round him, he saw no traces of them left. The rich man of whom he used to beg donations is no poorer for them, and the pauper for whom he begged them is the same pauper as before. It is true, he had always thought of the paupers as sacks full of holes, and had only stuffed things into them because he had a soft heart, and could not bear to see a look of disappointment, or a tear rolling down the pale cheek of a hungry pauper. His own little world, as he had found it and as it was now, seemed to him much worse than before, in spite of all the good things he had done in it. Not one good rich man, not one genuine pauper. They are all just as hungry and their palms itch, there is no easing them. Times get harder, the world gets poorer. Now he understands the reason of it all, now it all lies before him as clear as on a map, he would be able to make everyone understand. Only now it was getting late, he has no strength left. His spent life grieves him. If he had not been so active, such a father of the community, it would not have grieved him so much. But he had had a great influence in the town, and this influence had been badly, blindly used. And Reb Shlomo grew sadder day by day. He began to feel a pain at his heart, a stitch in the side, a burning in his brain, and he was wrapped in his thoughts. Reb Shlomo was philosophizing. To be of use to somebody, he reflected, means to leave an impress of good in their life. One ought to help once for all, so that the other need never come for help again. That can be accomplished by awakening and developing a man's intelligence, so that he may always know for himself wherein his help lies. And in such work he would have spent his life. If he had only understood long ago, how useful he would have been. And a shudder runs through him. Tears of vexation come more than once into his eyes. It was no secret in the town that old Reb Shlomo spent 2 to 3 hours daily sitting with the teacher, only what they did together, that nobody knew. They tried to worm something out of the maid, but what was to be got out of a glomp with 2 eyes, whose one reply was, "I don't know." They scolded her for it. "How can you not know, glomp?" they exclaimed. "Aren't you sometimes in the room with them?" "Look here, good people, what's the use of coming to me?" the maid would cry. "How can I know, sitting in the kitchen, what they are about? When I bring in the tea, I see them talking, and I go." "Dull beast," they would reply. Then they left her, and betook themselves to the grandchildren, who knew nothing, either. "They have tea," was their answer to the question, "What does grandfather do with the teacher?" "But what do they talk about, sillies?" "We haven't heard," the children answered gravely. They tried the old lady. "Is it my business?" she answered. They tried to go into Reb Shlomo's house, on the pretext of some business or other, but that didn't succeed, either. At last, a few near and dear friends asked Reb Shlomo himself. "How people do gossip," he answered. "Well, what is it?" "We just sit and talk." There it remained. The matter was discussed all over the town. Of course, nobody was satisfied, but he pacified them a little by little. The apostate teacher must turn hot and cold with him. They imagined that they were occupied with research, and that Reb Shlomo was opening the teacher's eyes for him, and they were pacified. When Reb Shlomo suddenly fell on melancholy, it never came into anyone's head that there might be a connection between this and the conversations. The old lady settled that it was a question of the stomach, which had always troubled him, and that perhaps he had taken a chill. At his age such things were frequent. But how is one to know, when he won't speak? She lamented, and wondered which would be best, cod liver oil or dried raspberries. Everyone else said that he was already in fear of death, and they pitied him greatly. That is a sickness which no doctor can cure, people said, and shook their heads with sorrowful compassion. They talked to him by the hour, and tried to prevent him from being alone with his thoughts, but it was all no good. He only grew more depressed, and would often not speak at all. Such a man, too, what a pity, they said, and sighed. He's pining away, given up to the contemplation of death. And if you come to think, why should he fear death? They wondered. If he fears it, what about us? Och, och, och. Have we so much to show in the next world? And Reb Shlomo had a lot to show. Jews would have been glad of a 10th part of his world to come, and Christians declared that he was a true Christian, with his love for his fellow men, and promised him a place in paradise. Reb Shlomo's goodness itself, the town was wont to say. His one lifelong occupation had been the affairs of the community. They are my life and my delight, he would repeat to his intimate friends, as indispensable to me as water to a fish. He was a member of all the charitable societies. The Talmud Torah was established under his own roof, and pretty nearly maintained at his expense. The town called him the father of the community, and all unfortunate, poor, and bitter hearts blessed him unceasingly. Reb Shlomo was the one person in the town almost without an enemy, perhaps the one in the whole province. Rich men grumbled at him. He was always after their money, always squeezing them for charities. They called him the old fool, the old donkey, but without meaning what they said. They used to laugh at him, to make jokes upon him, of course among themselves, but they had no enmity against him. They all, with a full heart, wished him joy of his tranquil life. Reb Shlomo was born, and had spent years, in wealth. After making an excellent marriage, he set up a business. His wife was the leading spirit within doors, the head of the household, and his whole life had been apparently a success. When he had married his last child, and found himself a grandfather, he retired from business, and lived his last years on the interest of his fortune. Free from the hate and jealousy of neighbors, pleasant and satisfactory in every respect, such was Reb Shlomo's life, and for all that he suddenly became melancholy. It can be nothing but the fear of death. But very soon Reb Shlomo, as it were, with a wave of the hand, dismissed the past altogether. He said to himself, with a groan that what had been was over and done, he would never grow young again, and once more a shudder went through him at the thought, and there came again the pain in his side and caught his breath, but Reb Shlomo took no notice, and went on thinking. Something must be done, he said to himself, in the tone of one who has suddenly lost his whole fortune, the fortune he has spent his life in getting together, and there is nothing for him but to start work again with his 5 fingers. And Reb Shlomo started. He began with the Talmud Torah, where he had already long provided for the children's bodily needs, food and clothing. Now he would supply them with spiritual things, instruction and the education. He dismissed the old teachers, and engaged young ones in their stead, even for Jewish subjects. Out of the Talmud Torah he wanted to make a little university. He already fancied it a success. He closed his eyes, laid his forehead on his hands, and a sweet, happy smile parted his lips. He pictured to himself the useful people who would go forth out of the Talmud Torah. Now he can die happy, he thinks. But no, he does not want to die. He wants to live and to work, work, work. He will not and cannot see an end to his life. Reb Shlomo feels more and more cheerful, lively, and fresh, to work, till the whole town was in commotion. There was a perfect din in the shuls, in the streets, in the houses. Hypocrites and crooked men, who had never before been seen or heard of, led the dance. To make Gentiles out of the children, forsooth. To turn the Talmud Torah into a school. That we won't allow. No matter if we have to turn the world upside down, no matter what happens. Reb Shlomo heard the cries, and made as though he heard nothing. He thought it would end there, that no one would venture to oppose him further. What do you say to that? He asked the teachers. Fanaticism has broken out already. It will give trouble, replied the teachers. Nonsense, said Reb Shlomo, with conviction. But on Sabbath, at the reading of the law, he saw that he had been mistaken. The opposition had collected, and they got onto the platform, and all began speaking at once. It was impossible to make out what they were saying, beyond the word here and there, or the fragment of a sentence, none of it. We won't allow. Made into Gentiles. Reb Shlomo sat in his place by the east wall, his hands on the desk where lay his Pentateuch. He had taken off his spectacles, and glanced at the platform, put them on again, and was once more reading the Pentateuch. They saw this from the platform, and began to shout louder than ever. Reb Shlomo stood up, took off his prayer scarf, and was moving toward the door, when he heard someone call out, with a bang of his fist on the platform. With the consent of the rabbis and the heads of the community, and in the name of the Holy Torah, it is resolved to take the children away from the Talmud Torah, seeing that in place of the Torah there is uncleanness. Reb Shlomo grew pale, and felt a rent in his heart. He stared at the platform with round eyes and open mouth. The children are to be made into Gentiles, shouted the person on the platform meantime, and we have plenty of Gentiles, thank God, already. Thus may they perish, with their name and their remembrance. We are not short of Gentiles, there are more every day. And hatred increases, and God knows what the Jews are coming to. Whoso has God in his heart, and is jealous for the honor of the law, let him see to it that the children cease going to the place of peril. Reb Shlomo wanted to call out, silence, you scoundrel. The words all but rolled off his tongue, but he contained himself, and moved on. The one who obeys will be blessed, proclaimed the individual on the platform, and whoso despises the decree, his end shall be Gehenna, with that of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who sinned and made Israel to sin. With these last words the speaker threw a fiery glance at Reb Shlomo. A quiver ran through the shul, and all eyes were turned on Reb Shlomo, expecting him to begin abusing the speaker. A lively scene was anticipated. But Reb Shlomo smiled. He quietly handed his prayer scarf to the beadle, wished the bystanders good Sabbath, and walked out of shul, leaving them all disconcerted. That Sabbath Reb Shlomo was the quietest man in the whole town. He was convinced that the interdict would have no effect on anyone. People are not so foolish as all that, he thought, and they wouldn't treat him in that way. He sat and laid plans for carrying on the education in the Talmud Torah, and he felt so light of heart that he sang to himself for very pleasure. The old wife, meanwhile, was muttering and moaning. She had all her life been quite content with her husband and everything he did, and had always done her best to help him, hoping that in the world to come she would certainly share his portion of immortality. And now she saw with horror that he was like to throw away his future. But however could it be? She wondered, and was bathed in tears. What has come over you? What has happened to make you like that? They are not just to you, are they, when they say that about taking children and making Gentiles of them? Reb Shlomo smiled. Do you think, he said to her, that I have gone mad in my old age? Don't be afraid. I'm in my right mind, and you shall not lose your place in paradise. But the wife was not satisfied with the reply, and continued to mutter and to weep. There were goings-on in the town, too. The place was aboil with excitement. Of course they talked about Reb Shlomo. Nobody could make out what had come to him all of a sudden. That is the teacher's work, explained one of a knot of talkers. And we thought Reb Shlomo such a sage, such a clever man, so book-learned. How can the teacher, may his name perish, have talked him over? It's a pity on the children's account. one would exclaim here and there. In the Talmud Torah, under his direction, they wanted for nothing, and what's to become of them now? They'll be running wild in the streets. What then? Do you mean it would be better to make Gentiles of them? Well, there. Of course, I understand. He would hasten to say, penitently. And a resolution was passed, to the effect that the children should not be allowed to attend the Talmud Torah. Reb Shlomo stood at his window, and watched the excited groups in the street, saw how the men threw themselves about, rocked themselves, bit their beards, described half-circles with their thumbs, and he smiled. In the evening the teachers came and told him what had been said in the town, and how all held that the children were not to be allowed to go to the Talmud Torah. Reb Shlomo was a little disturbed, but he composed himself again and thought, they will quiet down, never mind. They won't do it to me. Entering the Talmud Torah on Sunday, he was greeted by 4 empty walls. Even 2 orphans, who had no relations or protector in the town, had not come. They had been frightened and talked at and not allowed to attend, and free meals had been secured for all of them, so that they should not starve. For the moment Reb Shlomo lost his head. He glanced at the teachers as though ashamed in their presence, and his glance said, "What is to be done now?" Suddenly he pulled himself together. "No," he exclaimed, "they shall not get the better of me," and he ran out of the Talmud Torah, and was gone. He ran from house to house, to the parents and relations of the children, but they all looked askance at him, and he accomplished nothing. They all kept to it. "No. Come, don't be silly. Send the children to the Talmud Torah," he begged. "You will see, you will not regret it." And he drew a picture for them of the sort of people the children would become. But it was no use. "We haven't got to manage the world," they answered him. "We have lived without all that, and our children will live as we are living now. We have no call to make Gentiles of them. We know. People needn't come to us with stories," they would say in another house. "We don't intend to sell our souls," was the cry in a third. "And who says I have sold mine?" Reb Shlomo would ask sharply. "How should we know? Besides, who is talking of you?" they answered with a sweet smile. Reb Shlomo reached home tired and depressed. The old wife had a shock on seeing him. "Dear Lord," she exclaimed, wringing her hands. "What is the matter with you? What makes you look like that?" The teachers, who were there waiting for him, asked no questions. They had only to look at his ghastly appearance to know what had happened. Reb Shlomo sank into his armchair. "Nothing," he said, looking sideways, but meaning it for the teachers. "Nothing is nothing." And they betook themselves to consoling him. "We will find something else to do, get hold of some other children, or else wait a little. They'll ask to be taken back presently." Reb Shlomo did not hear them. He had let his head sink onto his breast, turned his look sideways, and thoughts he could not piece together, fragments of thoughts, went round and round in the drooping head. Why, he asked himself over and over, to do such a thing to me? Well, there you are. There you have it! ! You've lived your life, like a man. His heart felt heavy and hurt him, and his brain grew warm. In 1 minute there ran through his head the impression which his so nearly finished life had made on him of late, and immediately after it all the plans he had thought out for setting to right his whole past life by means of the little bit left him. And now it was all over and done. Why? He asked himself without ceasing, and could not understand it. He felt his old heart bursting with love to all men. It beat more and more strongly, and would not cease from loving, and he would fain have seen everyone so happy, so happy. He would have worked with his last bit of strength, he would have drawn his last breath for the cause to which he had devoted himself. He is no longer conscious of the whereabouts of his limbs. He feels his head growing heavier, his feet cold, and it is dark before his eyes. When he came to himself again, he was in bed. On his head was a bandage with ice, The old wife was lamenting. The teachers stood not far from the bed, and talked among themselves. He wanted to lift his hand and draw it across his forehead, but somehow he does not feel his hand at all. He looks at it. It lies stretched out beside him. And Reb Shlomo understood what had happened to him. A stroke. He thought, I am finished, done for. He tried to give a whistle and make a gesture with his hand, fallen. But the lips would not meet properly, and the hand never moved. There you are, done for. The lips whispered. He glanced round, and fixed his eyes on the teachers, and then on his wife, wishing to read in their faces whether there was danger, whether he was dying, or whether there was still hope. He looked, and could not make out anything. Then, whispering, he called one of the teachers, whose looks had met his, to his side. The teacher came running. Done for, eh? Asked Reb Shlomo. No, Reb Shlomo, the doctors give hope, the teacher replied, so earnestly that Reb Shlomo's spirits revived. No, said Reb Shlomo, as though he meant, so may it be. Out of your mouth into God's ears. The other teachers all came nearer. Good, whispered Reb Shlomo, good, huh? There's a hero for you. He smiled. Never mind, they said cheeringly, you will get well again, and work, and do many things yet. Well, please God, he answered, and looked away. And Reb Shlomo really got better every day. The having lived wisely and the will to live longer saved him. The first time that he was able to move a hand or lift a foot, a broad, sweet smile spread itself over his face, and a fire kindled in his all but extinguished eyes. Good luck to you, he cried out to those around. He was very cheerful in himself, and began to think once more about doing something or other. People must be taught, they must be taught, even if the world turn upside down, he thought, and rubbed his hands together with impatience. If it's not to be in the Talmud Torah, it must be somewhere else. And he set to work thinking where it should be. He recalled all the neighbors to his memory, and suddenly grew cheerful. Not far away there lived a bookbinder, who employed as many as 10 workmen. They work sometimes from 15 to 16 hours, and have no strength left for study. One must teach them, he thinks. The master is not likely to object. Reb Shlomo was the making of him. It was who protected him, introduced him into all the best families, and finally set him on his feet. Reb Shlomo grows more and more lively, and is continually trying to rise from his couch. Once out of bed, he could hardly endure to stay in the room, and how happy he felt, when, leaning on a stick, he stepped out into the street. He hurried in the direction of the bookbinders. He was convinced that people's feelings toward him had changed for the better, that they would rejoice on seeing him. How he looked forward to seeing a friendly smile on every face. He would have counted himself the happiest of men, if he had been able to hope that now everything was different, and would come right. But he did not see the smile. The town looked upon the apoplectic stroke as God's punishment. It was obvious. Aha! They had cried on hearing of it, and everyone saw in it another proof, and it also was obvious of the fact that there is a God in the world, and that people cannot do just what they like. The great fanatics overflowed with eloquence, and saw in it an act of heavenly vengeance. Serves him right. Serves him right. They thought. Whose fault is it? People replied, when someone reminded them that it was very sad, such a man as he had been, who told him to do it. He has himself to thank for his misfortunes. The town had never ceased talking of him the whole time. Everyone was interested in knowing how he was.